Hello, this is stream 238. All right, so I am in the middle of implementing a two-factor authentication for a game I'm working on. And just a thought occurred to me whenever I start my stream. I try to start on the schedule, but I think people kind of come in like not at the very beginning of the stream, but they come in a little bit later. And so really, I'm mostly talking to anyone who's watching the VODs. So hello, VOD viewers. I'll give a little intro and show you what the game looks like. It's looks like this. It is a RPG, multiplayer online. It has NPCs in it. It's got different test areas. You can talk, you can attack, and there's a combat system. There's an inventory system, and we're still building it up. So the login system right now is just username and password. So going to my local test environment, log in, just a username and password. And you can remember me, gives you back a token that you can log in again without needing to enter your username and password again. So what I'm working on right now is a way to include a second factor of authentication. So not just knowing your password, but also having like an authenticator soft token or a key or something like that. So the prototype code I have in here, when you say make secret, generates a random secret and shows a QR code so that you can input it into an authenticator app. And right now, when you hit get code, it's showing the 6-digit code that would be generated by the authenticator. And I'm in the process of turning this around so that instead of giving the code, you would input the code when you log in, and also when you're first setting up the authenticator, so that the server can verify that you have the secret installed in your authenticator, and then you would use that to complete the login process. So you'd have to not only know your password, but also input the current code off your authenticator, and it rotates every 30 seconds. So, started this a couple days ago. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? Started this a few days ago. Where is it? Right here. Mostly showing and implementing the algorithmic pieces, and yesterday starting to integrate it into the game. And this is the plan was to do all of this, and I got some of it done. So now we're down to this list. It still seems kind of long, so I'm wondering if I'll get this done today or not. But essentially, we need to store the actual type of authenticator that's enabled, whether or not it's been validated. And whenever you use a one-time password, that's what OTP stands for. Whenever you use it, we want to make sure that you can't use it again. So if we record the ones that have been used, and then we can automatically remove the ones that have expired, because you can't use one after a couple time windows. And then another thing I had forgotten yesterday, but a viewer reminded me of, is we want a way to generate a list of backup one-time passwords. The idea is if you got these and stored them in a safe place, and then let's say your phone died and you lost your authenticator soft token, you could use one of these backup one-time passwords to log in, and then re-enable the authenticator with a new device. So this gets stored in your record, and then the ephemeral variables when you're connecting to the game would have to include the player ID if you've given a username and password, and those are valid, but you haven't yet validated with the authenticator. So I need to add that. And the login status has to change. If authenticator is enabled and verified, we need to tell the client 2FA login is required. They need to give us an OTP, and then we decide whether or not they pass or fail with the OTP. So this message from the client to the server is sort of in progress right now. There is a message to set up the authenticator. That's what I used to get this QR code. And same thing for disable. It's just the reciprocal. So if I hit make secret, it's doing the enabling of the authenticator. So the things that are missing are when I introduce this flag, I need to clear it whenever we enable the authenticator, and then generate Okay, we already do that part. We already do that. But we don't have the user enter the OTP to validate the authenticator. So need to add that. And then that's this part and this part when we log in later. I haven't done that yet. Been logged down and maybe reading too much documentation, reference guides in the areas of what you're doing. Maybe what you need to do is focus on coding and refining later. That's what I do if it's a really tough subject. Read a little bit and then try a little bit and go back and forth. And you can end up just looking up the details on whatever step you're on and not worry about the whole thing. Hey there, Raz. How are you doing? Yeah, so let's see. What do I want to do first? I guess I should just add all this stuff. So this would update the player record. So we have player tests for this. In terms of methods that change these things, I already have that. That is the new thing I added here, set auth second factor. I don't have the validate. I don't have the consume OTP or generate backups. So those are the ones I need to add now. So validate. So this would be validate auth second factor. So we would expect that when we set it, it's initially not valid, right? Expect false. Players get player 1 ID auth second. I should probably rename this to be auth second factor secret and then make this auth second factor validated. So it would be false and then become true when we call a method like players validate auth second factor player 1 ID, right? That's one test. Second test would be to consume an OTP. So not that we would store the consumed OTPs themselves, but we consume the time steps that have been used. So doesn't matter what we have as a secret, but we would want to validate it. And then yeah, well, I guess what we'll do is we'll get the timestamps used. So we would expect equal, and if I do auth second factor OTPs consumed, we would compare that to a vector, right? So standard vector of I think we want to use 64-bit integers. But then it would be an empty list. And I think I need to do that, but I don't remember for sure. Hey there, Frosty. Long time no see. How are you doing? Okay, I don't need to do this. Okay, no, the expectation is that it's going to change when I call something like players dot consume OTP. I'm thinking ahead that I'm going to also have backup OTPs. And so the ones generated from the authenticator are the ones that are tied to timestamps. The backup OTPs will be just randomly generated. So how about we'll call it consume TOTP, time-based one-time password. There we go. That's how I'll distinguish them. So this will be by time step. So it's an integer, and then we just expect that the integer goes in there. Oh, and the other thing is that it should be time-based. So I think what we'll do is every time we consume one, it'll drop the ones that have expired. So that means let's put one in there, 0, because the time starts out at 0. Oh, wait a minute, but the players doesn't have a concept of time. What if we pass in another variable, like with it, the current time? And then the idea would be that we would then advance the time and consume the next time. And since we have a window of like plus or minus 1 time step, 0 would stay in there. But then when we go to 2, it would drop 0 and put 2 in. And if then we just jumped forward to like 42, let's say the time is 41, right? So it's plus or minus 1. That would consume 42 and drop 1 and 2. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Okay, so that's valid. That's the this step, and then this step would be backup OTPs. So let's make another test. I think we need 2 things. We need to be able to generate them, and another one to consume them. So get and set. So set backup OTPs. Yeah, so we would need to validate them, or set up the second factor, and then, yeah, so it would initially be empty, right? All second factor backup OTPs. And then we'd like set them, and then let's say set backup OTPs 16 and 42. Doesn't matter what I put there. Okay, and then a third one maybe to consume one of them. That sound about right? Gonna prep for a WoW raid. Wow, this early in the morning? Actually, you're probably in a completely different time zone, so that makes sense. Yeah, I do WoW raids at 8 p.m. my time, 3 days a week. So I know how that goes. It's 7 p.m.? Wow. That makes sense if you're in Europe somewhere. Yeah. Well, have a good luck. Are you not to keep you here, but are you mythic progression or just normal or heroic? Because I'm in a casual guild, so we're still doing normal mode in Eternal Palace. We're like 2 bosses away from the end right now. I know someone who's a mythic raider, and that's just crazy. That's a lot more work. Okay, what am I doing here? Validate, and then I don't need to expect that. So set them, and then let's consume one. I want to model it after the other one. Yeah, consume. Okay. You have the skills, huh? Good for you. Consume backup OTP. And let's say we consume 42, right? So then we'll expect 42 to be removed. Okay, I think those are good tests. Now we need to make them compile by adding these flags that are missing. Oh, another thing I should do is when whenever we set it, this flag should be cleared. In fact, I should have another test where I set it twice. Well, this name is the same as that one. What did I do there? I just didn't change the name. Always 80% plus item level to damage. Oh, for your for the numbers? Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't have those skills. I'm a more casual player. And I'm not usually DPS. I'm usually a tank or a healer in these days. Okay, validate sec. What was the name of this? Or this was consume. TOTP, right? Or okay, yeah. So I wanted to have like a revalidate. What do we want to call it? Like validate auth second factor after second enable or something like that. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. You want my focus skills and how you're able to chat and get right back on track after talking. It just takes practice. You probably are pretty good at it yourself. You just don't realize it. And I don't think I'm that good myself, but I'm flattered that you would think so. The rest of your guild, unfortunately, is only around 60% at best. Well, Frosty, you can be the leader and encourage them to get better. Maybe they look up to you and ask. Maybe they can ask you what your tricks are. Mr. Muffle says, I think at one point you got decent, but yesterday was hard. Well, it takes like a couple of times to get back into the swing of things. Like this is not even the third day. It's like the second and a half day for me getting back after like a week break, and I was really stumbling the first day. You're too new in the guild for such a position? Oh well, you'll get there. Let me say hi to Mr. Muffles. I thought more about this morning. I think I'm going to end up writing myself a Twitch bot that just keeps track of who I wave to each stream and will like sort of nag me saying, you forgot to say hello to Frosty, or you forgot to say hello to Mr. Muffles, and then it would ping me or something, and then I would be like, oh, okay. You improve considerably if they named you the leader. Well, you'll get there. Just prove yourself. I mean, just keep doing what you're doing, and they'll say, oh, this guy's pretty good. All right. This one, I want to have it. I guess I could use the same secret, right? It doesn't really matter. So we would validate it, and then we would set it again, and expect it to no longer be valid until we validate it again. Second set, I guess. Not that it's enabled, but set. I want every time that it's set, even if it's the same secret, I want it to clear the validated flag, that you have to validate it again to get it to be set again. That's what I want. Lurker mode activated. Well, thank you, lurkers. I appreciate your lurkerhood. Just remember, you can always do a lurk. And then you can do an unlurk. It's all for fun, but, you know, it's there. You'd have to express your gratitude to the bot. No, the bot would be just for me offline. It would say, "Oh, you haven't." It would just list me. It would give me a constant list of the people that have chatted who I have not waved to. You know, and then I wouldn't tell anyone, and then people would be like, "How do you remember who you said hi to today and who you haven't?" I'd be like, "It's all in here, man." That's a cheat. Yeah. Sometimes when you get older and you lose your memory, you need enhancements like cheat sheets. Okay. So this flag I need to add. We'll initialize it to false. This flag indicates whether or not you release it. You could see a lot of streamers liking it. I'll remind you of top donor subbers chatting as well. Yeah, it also, you know, it could do other things like give you a real-time display of how many points or how long someone's been watching or how many subs they've gifted. There's a lot of things you could track to just show the streamer locally. A lot of these things are already Twitch extensions, right? But I like to empower the streamers, give them more information. Like, it could also track, I don't know, how many points you've given them, or how many, who, you could track the people who follow that day, so at the end of your stream, you can just go through that list. I guess people rely on stream elements or stream, the other one, like I can't think of right now, but you know what I'm talking about. Streamlabs, to list that for you, but you know, you could just do that locally just by watching chat. Yeah, Streamlabs. This flag indicates whether or not the player has validated their authenticator by successfully sending an OTP that matches the what the server calculates. All right, that should fix that, and then I have to have this as a method of players. Make sure I pin both of those. Okay. So it's just the player ID here. All right. So validate the player's second factor authentication information, enabling it to be required for subsequent logins. There we go. And then what next? This one, second factor OTPs consumed. So this would need to be a vector of ints. Oh, yeah, that needs to be int, because they're just 6-digit numbers. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, wait a minute, no. These aren't ints. These are time steps. The backup ones are ints, though. These are just ints. Okay, these. Maybe I should name it appropriately then. So, second factor time steps consumed. Timestamps used. Yeah, we'll call it that. And it'll remind me what it is. These are the time steps, which means Unix timed offset from the base, which right now is 0, divided by the time step size, which right now is 30 seconds. These are the time steps which whose TOTPs have already been used and cannot be used again to authenticate. That's the whole point, is it's one-time password. Time-based one-time passwords. We'll spell it out once in case, you know, a human is reading this and wondering what the heck we're talking about. This is quite time-consuming. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Good one. Consume. Must consume. Oh, and I forgot the player ID there, didn't I? So all of these need... Hold on, I didn't do that right. I'm going to cheat and put an X there so that I can do that and hit Control-Shift-L to select all and then do that trick, and then I'll remove the X. All right, and so this will be int player ID, and then it was a time step. I guess that's 2 words. And then it's the current time. Well, this is time step consumed, and this is current time step. And the current time step, again, it's used to remove the expired ones. So when we say the current one is 41, then 1 and 2 are definitely expired, which is why it gets removed here. I think I'm just not sitting. I'm not sitting right at my chair here. That's why I keep mistyping. All right. Sometimes it's hard to get the perfect ergonomical position. So let's see. Update the list of the players' consumed TOTPs, time-based one-time passwords. Actually, that's all I'm going to say about it. This is the identifier of the player, yes. Time step consumed. Okay. This is the time step corresponding to the OTP consumed. This is the time step corresponding to the current time. Should I say more here? Update the list of the players consumed TOTPs to add the given, add the one given, and remove any that have expired. Otherwise, we're just holding on to a list of numbers that never could be used again, so it's pointless. All right, and then the backup codes. Vector of ints. Now these are the backup OTPs, one-time passwords, which the user can use in place of TOTPs, time-based one-time passwords, in case they lose access to their authenticator. All right. And then we need to set them, and then we need to consume one. Player ID and... oh yeah, I forgot the player ID. Again, I forgot the player ID. There as well. Okay, so player ID and then const vector events. Backup OTPs. All right. Set the list of backup OTPs, time-based one-time, or just one-time passwords, which the user can use to log in case they lose access to their authenticator. Backup OTPs. This is the list of backup OTPs to set. All right. Hey there, Hotenno. How are you doing? Do consume one. Consume. Int player ID and int OTP. Remove the given OTP one-time password from the list of backup OTPs, which is the blah blah blah, right? Meme clear bombs, how are you doing? What did I say? Did I say a bad word? Calling this OTP, right? This is the one-time password to remove from the list of backup OTPs for the player. Hey there, Nomsky. Okay, so they're all declared, but the linker won't like the fact that I haven't provided an implementation yet, so I'm going to provide an empty implementation just to get it to build. So I'm going to cheat though. I'm going to control-click here to get to the code and then paste. And then, oh, I also need to make sure that I serialize the persistent information here, right? So I'm going to have to update the other tests for serialization. For now, we'll just make these empty. Did you try to debate me? You don't have to apologize. Sometimes, you know, jokes go whoosh, right over my head. You were watching Adam's Botland stream, he said he's been working on it for many, many years. I've only been working on this for about a year. And most, like, well, actually not most. Like some of that time, maybe about half of it, was before I decided I wanted to make a game. It was just doing just general programming, like I made a web server, stuff like that. So I've only really been seriously trying to work on making a game for about 8 months. So yeah, when he says he's been working on it for 4 years, I'm like, does that mean it's gonna take me another 3 years? Could be. Yeah, not long, I guess. It really depends. Like Adam has another developer helping him, so theoretically he could go at least twice as quickly as I could, since it's just me. So does that mean it would take me 8 years? I don't know. Also, the scopes of the projects are different. Yeah, we'll see. I don't want it to take 8 years. I want to get something. I want to get something this year if I can. Okay, this will build. I want to update the unit tests for serialization though. Hey there, Malvex. How are you doing? I think Adam said he started it in 2015. Oh, did he start it in 2012 and then seriously start, like came back to it in 2015? Could be. Well, I don't want it to take 8 years. I'll be really old in eight years from now. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing? Oh, this is still building. I guess I can keep chatting while it builds, right? Adam said September 2015. That was when the stream started, but I remember he said he'd been working on ideas behind it for years before that. Like back while he was still working for Microsoft and all that stuff. Oh, I have syntax errors. Oh, because this name is not unique. This should be consume. Consume. Backup OTP. There we go. Right. And he made a game before Botland. I'm trying to remember what it was. Called. I don't remember. I'm bad. I don't remember things very well. Ophog. That's what it was. Ophog. I think you can still play it too. Let's see if I can remember this. I think it's bot.land/ophog. No. I don't remember what it is. I mean, probably find it in his notes somewhere. Have I made a game before? Not really. Before this, I was working at a company doing just demonstration applications and libraries to support algorithm developers. Ophog.bata, and there you go. We'll give you a point. Yeah, this is Adam's game before he made Botland. And it looks pretty interesting. I played it for like an hour, and then I had trouble with the volume in the game, and then I never got back into it. All right. I want to change the unit test that involves serialization because I'm going to include. I want to persist that information that I had, right? Yeah. So let's look for this in players tests, and then whoa. It's taking me everywhere. Okay, there. Okay, here we go. So we're introducing 3 more variables. Auth second factor validated. And the default will be false. Second vector timestamps used will be a JSON array empty. And then backup OTP is also empty by default, right? And I suppose for the test one, we will validate it. Oh, I forgot add did that. Add stores the record as is, right? Okay. So we can just set them however we want. Set that to true. And let's say timestamps used is 2 and 6. And player 2 dot backups is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So then that goes down here to a true. 2 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and let's do the same thing. In fact, I'll use the same variables in the next part. Right here. Where did I do the diff? Aha, right here. Okay. So what? Expect true. Players get 1 auth. It's validated. And then 2 equals with arrays, right? This one's a uint64. It was 2 and 6, right? And this was auth timestamps used. And the next one was ints. The reason I use 64-bit int for the timestamps is the algorithm says to use 64-bit numbers, I believe. Because the counters that are appended to the secret are 8 bytes long. So I just kept that type whenever I use that kind of variable. All right, backups. Yes, there we go. All right, and then let me put this where I think it should go in order. So then let me take these. And then when we test the defaults down here, it should be, whoops, this should be false. And these should be empty. And then these need to be 2s. 2. All right. And I want to do the same thing for clone. So I'll pull these and just use them back in clone. Clone. Okay. Auth validated equals validated here. Timestamps used is equal, and backup OTPs is equal. And same thing down here for 2. 2. I love that multi-cursor thing. Gonna make those changes really quick. All right, so the restore, actually, what am I doing here? The restore, it doesn't matter what I put there. Oh, that's right. We wanted to put something in there just to exercise that. So let me take it from here again. Go back down to restore, put it in here, but then I wanted those to be like dropped, so they should be as if they weren't set. So yeah, all of these false and equal empty arrays down here. Right there for restored player instead of that. There we go. And what do I need to hit anything else? Don't think so. So we're good. Let's just get the test to pass now. And then I will be done, finally, with all of this. And then we'll move on to this, I guess. Adding that to the client record. Okay. Okay. Come on, Test Explorer. Run the player's tests. Okay. Of course it didn't work. Let's do the serialize, deserialize first. Serialize. This one. Okay. Let me cheat and copy from a unit test. Yeah, right here. So this will be record.auth validated. This is how did this JSON array work? It takes an initializer list. So I really need to build it up myself, right? Or I can set it as empty and then build it element by element. Yeah, that sounds better to me. So I set it and then I say for auto time step used in record.auth that. Oh, we should get a reference to it. That equals serialized record dereference that there. And then same thing down here for this one. Okay, so I can say that dot add time step upst. I should say used. All right, and then for this one, it's for auto backup, or just OTP, I guess, in record.auth backup OTPs, and then this dot add OTP. There we go. Easy peasy. So that should fix serialize. Fix serialize. Okay, so let's fix deserialize. Right, so it's only if that is set and it has the record, right? So if it has validated, then validated equals interpret as a Boolean that. And we are doing that 2 more times. So backup times, or time steps used. This I want to get a reference. So that, and then we'll do a traditional loop because I don't have iterator protocol for this yet. That dot get size plus I, and then I'll say record dot that dot pushback this dereference I. And this, do I need to cast it? I don't think I do. I'll do it anyway. It's a uint, right? And then same thing for the backup codes. Instead of uint64, it's an int down there. All right. So that should fix deserialize. Okay. Cool. So I just need to implement the methods that are empty right now. These ones down here. So like validate is super easy. It's just set this one to true. And while I'm at it, this one is supposed to set it to false. So we'll do that right here, false. So that should make these ones pass down here. Yay, okay. Next, consume OTP, that's this one. Right, so we're basically adding one and then removing all the ones that are obsolete based off of that. So, yeah. I'm just thinking ahead to test whether an OTP is expired or not. Needs a constant, and I need it in 2 places, so I should probably define it in 1 common place. I'm trying to remember, do I have a header file for common constants? Game constants, there we go. We'll just put it in game constants. So const expr uint64t to keep the type consistent, and this will be TOTP time step window. So this is like plus minus this number, and we'll just set it to 1 right now. So that means like if you're at timestamp 100, the one of 3 codes will work: 99, 100, or 101. And the reason you do this spec talks about if your clock is off by like 30 seconds, or up to 30 seconds from the person's phone, then what time step you think you're in might be 1 off from what the server thinks. So to avoid having it constantly fail to validate, you just give it some slop. You say, well, I'll accept not just the one-time password for now, but also the one for the previous time step and the next one, just in case they're off in either direction. So let me write a short summary of that here. This is the number of time steps, either forward or backward, from the current time step that the authentication system allows the player's authenticator to be off from the server and still pass validation. I think these days, plus minus 30 seconds is reasonable, right? Then you wouldn't have to store the unique identifier in a database. The unique identifier for the authenticator, yeah, we stored that here. This string holds the secret key. The previous IDs I don't need because we can generate them from the secret and the time steps. So I just need to store the time steps used. And so if it's already been used, we just don't compute it again for validation. You can compute any ID for a given t. Yeah, that's the algorithm that if you want to learn more about that, the links were 2 streams ago. Just look at TOTP and HOTP are 2 different RFCs. And the HOTP is the base, basically saying you generate the code, just you need to know the secret key and the integer. And for time-based, the integer is the current time minus the base divided by the step size. So you can always recalculate it. That's how it works. Yeah. Okay, so that constant, that type I need standard int. And why is this giving me a problem? Is that just a IntelliSense issue? I'm gonna guess that that's an IntelliSense problem. Because I don't see anything else that could be wrong. Anyway, we're going to add this. So records entry. No, I shouldn't use a vector then, should I? I should use a set. I should just use a set. I'll treat it like it's a set, and I'll change the name in a second, or the type in a second. So this, just insert time step consumed. Don't care if it was inserted or not. And then we will actually, you know what? It's better to just make a new one based off of the old one, I think. And then swap them, right? So standard set of uint64t, time steps consumed. And then we will actually just initialize it with the step. And then we'll go through all of the ones already used. Time step in this. And we'll say if time step if current time step actually doesn't matter, right? I want to use an absolute value. If the absolute value of the difference is greater than this constant, well, less than or equal to that constant, we put it into the new one, right? So insert time step. And then at the end, we'll just swap them. Okay, ABS is defined in math.h. And then we need the game constants. All right, let's see if I... Now it says that compiler errors everywhere. I don't know why. Oh, I think I might know why, because I changed the... Well, I don't know why it's saying, oh, these are all... These are not compiler errors. I don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe there's a bug in the header file. Oh, it is ambiguous, huh? Okay, I'll have to fix that. But why is it saying that these are errors? I don't know. Forgot a bracket. Is that what happened? So where would I have dropped the bracket? Back in the header file? Game constants? Which comment? So you probably saw it, but I didn't see it. I think this doesn't make sense to me. I think my IntelliSense is messed up. But let me fix this one that I meant to fix. This is supposed to be a set. Actually, these could both be sets. Include set. Oh, this also doesn't include standard int. Yeah, like, it should know that now. So where did I forget the brace? Right, pushback is not a member of set. I knew that. Because I changed it so it's not pushback anymore. Ah, but it's all screwed up. Okay, I'm just gonna restart VS Code. IntelliSense was working all right for a few months, and now it's screwing up again. Pushback. Yeah, so I can't use pushback there. It's insert and then disregard the return value. So now we're back to IntelliSense helping me again. This is it's a problem that they are unsigned uint64s. I don't really need that 64th bit. What if I sort of cheat and use int64? And yeah, I'm gonna have to go through all of the methods. Actually, there's another way I could cheat. Hold on. Yeah, leave that unsigned, but then convert them to int64t. Basically, drop the top bit, which should never be set. I mean, that would be insane. That would be like in millions of years, right? Or billions or some absurd thing. I should just use that type everywhere and not uint, shouldn't I? Yeah. It's just going to be painful because I got to go through all of the places where I used uint64. Actually, probably didn't use it that much. 123 times, but a lot of them we can discount. Oh, I used it there. Technically it has no sign. Okay, never mind. I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to, where is it? I'll just see which one's greater. If time step is greater than current time step, else. Well, wait a minute. We can do it this way. greater than or equal to, and times step minus this is less than or equal to the window size. And then here it's the other way around. Yeah, let's do it that way. Okay. I think it was the unit test I need to update. Yeah, let's see. Yep. It's always hard when the errors are in header files. Right, so there it is, 699. Yeah, so these aren't vectors, they're sets. Set, 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 set. Okay. All of these are sets, right? Yay. It built. Okay. Show in Test Explorer and run. Okay, so that one's done. So on to the next one. Yay. What is that? Is that a cat doing the victory arm lift? So same kind of lock here, and we're just setting it so this dot auth backups is backups, and then consume is just erase it, right? Erase OTP. Erase returns something, right? Which I don't care about, so I'm gonna do a void on that one. Hells yeah. Oh yeah, that's not a vector anymore. That is a set. This initializer list syntax should work with a set anyways. I don't need to change those. Doop, doop, doo. Link, link, link. Run the test. It passes. Okay. Set should also pass. So then we're good. We're all done with this class. Okay. Let me check that in. Getting the test to pass is a good check-in point. Right. Okay. So add. Actually, come to think of it, there's one thing I'm missing. I don't actually need it right now, but in the future I will need to add it if I add like hard tokens instead of soft tokens. This authenticator type, right? I'm getting away with not having that because it's binary. It's either none or soft token, and then I'm kind of reusing the fact that I have the fact that this could be empty or not empty. I guess it's good. It's good enough for now. So add additional state, a player state, player record state required for 2FA. Add validated flag. Add TOTPs used. Add backup OTP list. or set. All right. So what did I say was next? It was in the client record to add the player ID, a 2FA player ID, like that they've password validated but not yet authenticator validated. So I'm going to go do that. Let's see. Don't think that that actually needs unit tests. It's just a dumb data structure. So we can just add it. Where is client? Here it is, client record. So somewhere in here we have player ID. Here it is. So I want to add like a player ID 2FA. 2FA. So we'll change this to be this is a player client. The player's identifier is stored here. Once they successfully authenticated. Once they've successfully, okay, this is when they've successfully authenticated. This is stored here once they've authenticated with a password, but have not yet authenticated with the second factor enabled for their account. All right, so I've added it. What's next? I think I'll do this last because this is tied into this stuff. We're technically already doing that now. So I think it's that the front end should have the validation check. Yeah. So this is going to be front end work. So right now, okay, let's just restart the server to make sure everything works. So restop it, we start it. While that's working, let me go to the front end code, see where I need to change things. So views, activities, panels. Right now it's in the settings panel. We'll probably move it. Right, so right now it's always showing the QR code and secret key if we know the auth secret. I guess that's correct, right? Because that means we're in the validation process. So there's another flag I added, right? Let me see if I can see it in the debug view here. It should be in the message, in our profile message. Yeah. This auth second factor, when that is set, we will know that it's validated. Oh, wait a minute. I need to change something here. This should only be told to the client once it has been validated. Maybe I'll change that next. So auth second factor, let's look for that. Auth second factor. Oh, right, and I had this code that was copied everywhere. We should fix that. That's used throughout the coordinator, right? So I could just make a method of the coordinator for that. Actually, shouldn't it just be a method of player? A player record? Do I have player record methods, or is it just a plain old data structure? And it's just a plain data structure. Okay. I guess we'll just make an internal coordinator method for this. Just a bunch of templates, bunch of different functions, where to put it. Above my templates, maybe? No, this is like, okay. What's this do? Oh, yeah, the credentials file, okay. This looks like a utility method, so I think we just put it here. So this is bool. Oh wait, I had other utility methods for the player checking, right? So I should probably put it there. Like is starts with is player. Let's turn off the whole word match. Yeah. Oh no, that's in JS. Is? That's too short. Is that where I put it? On players.hpp? Last slice of pizza's gone. Oh no. You still hungry? Have to get more pizza. I suppose we would just do it this way, right? We're gonna look up their record again. Is that okay? I suppose so. Yeah, let's just do it. So we'll add another method here. It means I can do it in the unit test for extra safety. Cut each slice in half and you'll have twice the slices. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so this one will be is well, we're just computing something, right? We're computing the value for auth second factor. Get auth second factor type, right? Yeah. So it will be TOTP players get players dot that. I don't need to call these, but at the beginning it will be none. And even when it's set, it will still be none. And then when it's validated, it'll be TOTP. That's what I want. So we're going to add it here. Standard string get auth second factor type. Determine which, if any, method of second factor authentication is currently active for the given player. All right, and then this returns something. The method, if any, of blah 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 is returned. Okay, so implementation time. We'll just copy for now what I had before for auth second factor. Let me put a bookmark there. Clear my old bookmarks. Okay. This code here is what I want there, and we need to find the record. What do we return if the player doesn't exist anymore? I guess we'll return none. Or maybe we'll return empty string. Yeah, why not? Otherwise, we're going to return this. And it's, instead of this, it's that second. Right? Yeah, it just took IntelliSense a bit to figure that out. Okay, good. Assuming that builds, then this test we'll check it here with this test. And it didn't work. On this step. Oh, right, because I need to adjust this. This is where I wanted it to make sure it is validated. So it has to be, we'll turn this around. It has to be not empty, and validated. If so, it's TOTP, otherwise it's none. That's what I want. So there has to be a secret recorded and it has to have been validated. Cool. So then I can go back everywhere where that's used. Like here. We would just call, is it impl? We're in pro, okay, so we gotta go to profile players, get auth second factor type for command player ID. That's a mouthful. So let's do that to it to make it a little bit easier. And then do I need to look up the player at all? Yes. Okay. So, but anyway, we'll end up doing this in all the other places, right? So here, and this is well, this is given a player. Okay, we can look them up. We'll look up their ID again. There we go. Pretty sure there's a bug in your compiler standard lib standard string append. Uh-oh. What are you doing that should work but isn't? So this is in a couple more places. So there. And there. And is that it? These are the tests, so we don't need to look at those. I think that's it. In fact, I could look for this sequence of characters. Yep. Okay, we're already in profile, so I can shorten this to just be player 0. Okay. This actually might cause some tests to fail because of adding the validation steps. So let me run all my tests again. The coordinator test, right? So let's just run them all. Run all tests. This takes about 2 minutes. Well, that's going. They already have a failure. Let me look at the front end again. So we'll use this to know that we will only show the disable button. And if this is none, then we'll show the enable, and we'll have to have another state in Redux if we've been given the secret. If we've been given the secret, we'll show the QR code here, like this does. We'll show the secret, and then have, instead of a get code, we'll have an input box with a validate. And we'll keep the disable. So the disable will be if either it's been enabled or we're in the process of validation, then you can disable it, right? Instead of get code, it'll be validate, where we input it, and in the successful validation will have to be another message from the server. Actually, there's a message from the client as well, right? No, I can make the same client message for 2 purposes, can't I? I might as well keep them separate. Sorry, I'm having an internal discussion and you're only hearing half of it. You want to append, but it's placing additional string data at the original string length, plus the what's auth length? There's a gap in memory between the strings equal to the size of the string you're appending. Really? That's weird. You want to hear what the other one in this discussion has to say? Uh, I didn't record it. Sorry. Okay, let's see what I broke. Oh, right. I need to go and update the list of things we expect not to be put into here. So, yes, all the new ones. Let's bookmark there. I'm going to search for that now. And these tests down here. So these three, we don't want to be included in the backup information. So indent, delete, go forward one word, and then go to the end of line, -1 character, and delete. There we go. That's what I want to include in the keys to remove. Okay. Why is this failing now? Oh, it is including them. That's why. Okay, so where is that? Download player data check, I think is what I want. Right. Aha, here it is. So they need to be stripped out. And hopefully that doesn't change the signature, so I won't have a signature check problem. But you never know. Yeah, so we're good now with that one. And then this one I know about. It's unrelated to the changes today. That's because I have the fog of war partially done and not fully done yet. So can skip that for now. What's subs? What's wrong with subs now? Ah, yeah. We think it should be TOTP, but it's none because it's not validated. So I need to validate it. This should be like player validate auth second factor announced, right? Yeah, so it's going to be an extra step, isn't it? This one we should update to make it validated. Validate second auth factor, right? And then publishing this one will turn it off. So it should be none. Okay. This one, I think I want to break this up into 2 steps. So they want to, the enable should not give us a player update. It should give us a, it should tell us what the secret is, shouldn't it? How did this work in the front end? Actually, I can just look at it here. Reset. Turn it, well, just turn it on. Oh, we have a special message called get auth secret. So we're gonna remove that one actually. Or rename it to be like enable second factor auth. Okay, yeah, this auth secret message, where do I send that? Here. Okay, wait a minute. So it's also set when that's executed. we get that. What's different between that and this one? Oh, this is what the admin sees. I see. Yeah, so the admin shouldn't see this until it's been validated. So I don't have a command for that yet. So well, let's just make the command first then. The command will be that we actually we have to make several commands. There's several actions that could happen. You could validate your authenticator. You could use a OTP. Actually, those two that you could do, right? And then using the OTP is just a yeah. So when we validate, we should include the timestamp we validated with, right? Yes. Let me think about this. Could I just do it all with one command called submit OTP? And then if we're already logged in and it's not validated, then submitting the OTP would validate it or not. And if we're not yet logged in, a validate would complete the login process. That's kind of like what I want to do. So we can just make one command called submit OTP or something like that, right? Okay, so where are my tests for commands? Right here. So new command. Submit OTP. Submit OTP. All right. Player ID, is that what we want? It says there's no secret. It's an int, right? OTP is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something. Is that all I need? Because the player will have been identified as they can only be logged in one place. They can't be logged into more than one place. Oh, wait. What if a player is logged in completely and then on a second connection, a player starts to log in, but they haven't submitted the OTP yet? So I would need to know the server ID and client ID then. Yeah, instead of the player ID. So we'll do server ID and client ID. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So 16 or something like that, right? And then that's there and there and OTP there. Okay. Server ID and client ID. 16 OTP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. OTP there and there. And then we're done. And then do the trick I did yesterday, which is I searched for that word to know all the places I need to add the new command stuff. So this is submit OTP, right? Submit OTP. Then go here. Submit OTP. And then include right, so we need to on when it's executed. Actually, does the coordinator care? It does, because it will tell the client what happened. On submit OTP. The executor will need it as well. Trying to keep it sort of alphabetically ordered. Oh, what I copied from that was completely wrong, wasn't it? Execute the submit OTP command by what? Either validating the player's authenticator or completing a login in process. Let me go to where I copied this from to fix it. In the meantime, let me mark this with a big fat to do with a marker to come back to that. And then where did I copy from here? Yeah, this is wrong. So when we execute set auth second factor command, we set the player's authenticator secret. Oh, thanks for that follow. Okay. Continuing on here. Need to go there, and add this to the table. Submit OTP. And then let's keep moving. Didn't I? Yeah, here we go. We have to register with the main program, otherwise it doesn't get deserialized correctly. Okay. So I need to take this header and duplicate it, call this one submit OTP, and change it everywhere. Submit OTP. Okay, so this will have, actually, instead of player ID, we wanted server and client ID, right? Similar to what login had? Yeah. So that replaces this. Okay, it can't be 0. We initialize it to 0, but we don't want it to be 0. And then this is going to be the OTP, right? This is the, what is it called? This is the one-time password submitted by the player. Either to validate their authenticator or to complete the login process. Themes inserting \0 breaks standard string even though it's a string range of length n. It shouldn't, because standard string like the C++ string holds onto the characters and also knows the length. So you should be able to put 0 bytes in there. Where it gets misinterpreted sometimes is if you're doing mixing of C and C++ strings. The way C strings are handled is different, right? It just scans for the first new line and then assumes that that's the length. So like when you construct a string from a C++ string from a C string, like where's a good place for me to play around with that? So like right here, if I said standard string x equals ABCDEF, what you'll actually end up getting is just ABC, right? But if you instead you did standard string x and then you use the constructor that takes 2 arguments, so like that and then 7, then you'll get what you want, what you expected, right? You get ABCDF. And I've had to do that in some of my unit tests where I have binary data held in a C++ string. If there's a null in the middle, I have to use this alternate constructor where you explicitly give the length. Otherwise, the constructor or the assignment that just takes a C string will being rated. The one that just takes a C string will stop here and not proceed to see the DEF because it's just a C string, right? Nick Larson, thank you for the raid. Happy Friday. Yes, TGIF. How was your stream? Welcome, raiders. I'm working on trying to complete second factor authentication today. So, been working on this the last couple of days. It's going to look kind of like this, where if you haven't enabled it yet, I haven't finished the UI yet, but just, yeah, so don't look too closely. But the idea is you press a button somewhere in your settings, and you'll be given a QR code, or alternately, base32 encoded secret key. And then you can either, with like your Google Authenticator or Authy, you can scan that in or type that in. And then you would enter a 6-digit code from your authenticator back into here to validate it. And then on subsequent logins, in addition to having to know your password, you'd have to use your authenticator. And it just gives that extra set of security for the login system to my game. And I'm doing this mostly for two reasons. For a long time, it's been suggested I do it for extra security. And also, I had a couple accounts get hijacked, probably because of the passwords either being hacked from other sites. You know, people shouldn't do this, but it often happens where you use the password on one site and then you use it on a second site, and on one of those two sites, for whatever reason, the password gets, uncovered by someone else, and then they go to the other site and then they log in there too. So whatever it was, the idea of second factor authentication is if someone knows or guesses your password, they still wouldn't be able to log in unless they also have a copy of your authenticator. And the soft key or soft token authenticator, like your Authy or Google Authenticator, it's not the best, but it's at least something. I also plan to support in the future the hardware tokens like YubiKey and Trezor, and also the OpenID Connect stuff like login with Google, with Facebook, with Twitter, that kind of thing. Just extra security for the game. But the game itself looks like this, and it is like similar to the old Ultima games, where your character is in the center, you see the world around you, and you can interact with the world. So I can go here, and I can say, I can want to talk to Bob. I can ask him his name and his job, and responses to dialogue will have keywords in there that you can use to guess what you should ask him for further, to delve further into the dialogue. And the old Ultima games are the same way. So I have a dialogue system in the game. There's also combat. So I have a sword in my inventory. And in this little test area here, I can go test out combat. I can attack. And the slimes are really easy. They're a health bar, so the slime actually did damage me. These orcs are a little bit tougher, so there's a good chance they'll kill me. I actually defeated that guy. Oh, I think I'm gonna die here. No, I won. I want to demonstrate what happens when you die. This is still a big work in progress. It's pretty rough around the edges. So over the next year, I hope to make this even better. So yeah, when you die, there's an interaction of what you do. So just for testing, you can either do nothing, or you can say, hey, yeah, let's respawn, and then you're back in business. And recently, in the last month or so, I've added like these particle effects for combat and the sound effects you heard, and also this is another particle system test where we have little sparks flying off of this lava there. But yeah, recently took a break from Twitch for family issues that were going on, and I came back a couple days ago and thought I should work on this two-factor authentication stuff. So that's what I've been doing. Yeah, let's talk to Bob. Bob walks away. The default, or not the default, the current like game logic that I have for NPCs is just to wander around randomly. And I have the code in there where once you start talking, they do stop, so they won't move if you're talking to them. It was funny, though, before I did that, they would continue to wander around even though you're talking to them. A lot of the game logic is coded in Lua. So let me show you the GM view of the world. There are additional things the GM can do, so I can go in here and I can like go into the combat system. I haven't cleaned this up yet. I want to have like a nice text, like a nice Lua script editor with syntax highlighting and all that. For now, what I usually do is I copy paste this into VS Code, where I have a copy of everything. So under my entity component system, I've got scripts. So this is the game system for whenever you attack. And, it checks to see if there's something there. If there's a target, it tries to do the attack is in a different Lua script, actually, where it does a roll to hit, and then if you hit, it does a damage roll. And here's the particle effect to show that you hit, and here's the hit sound and all of that. And these calls go back into the rest of the game server. All this stuff runs server side. So when it wants to tell your client that the monster has been slain, it has to send a chat message to you. And also whenever it wants to change anything in the game, like drop loot, it's going to the game and saying, I want to work with the position of the NPC, and with that position, I'm going to drop some loot there, right? And like, where's this destroy entity? I think that's in utilities. Destroy, yeah. So things that you want to do to the game world have to be fed back into the server. So this is a feedback message to the entity component system saying, I want to destroy entity. And then the game not just runs on one server, but it's on a cluster of servers that all have the same state. And this is for error resiliency. So if one server crashes, any one of the other two servers could instantly take over and continue the game without much downtime. And this is using an algorithm called Raft that I implemented. Didn't design it, I just implemented it. Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated because I want to have the servers run really smoothly, and it's still an early work because I've only really been working on the game content for a month, and plan to add more, but right now it's pretty new. And the actual game, so I have a test environment, and then I have the actual production environment. The production environment is integrated with Twitch, so all the Twitch commands are actually answered by my game. So if I say today, the today command, it's actually the game servers running on AWS that are also in the Twitch channel responding to game commands. And I also use that to give points to people. So if I wanted to give a point to Nick for rating me, I would just do that. So Nick has a point now. So if Nick were to create an account in the game and link their character back into Twitch, it would show that they have a point in the game. So like in the test environment, for me, I have it show up down. If I did have it linked, it would show here. I'm not allowing new accounts at the moment. It's suspended right now because of the security issues. So I plan to allow new accounts to be created once I get the two-factor auth going. So, but there's not much you're not missing anything really right now if you don't have an account. There's just this test area. There's a little bit of combat in the starter area, the sewers underneath the starter area, but not much. And you can get loot off of these guys. You can't use it for anything yet. I'll get the second factor auth going, re-enable new accounts, and go back to adding more game content probably next week. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions at all. I enjoy answering questions. So let me go back to what I was doing. I'm adding a game command that's used when you submit the one-time password, like the 6-digit code your authenticator shows you, for two different purposes: to enable the authenticator in the first place, and then on subsequent logins. So that's this submit OTP. OTP standing for one-time password. So I've been adding that command, and I'm using test-driven development. So there will be a set of tests here to make sure that the command is constructed correctly, and then serialized and deserialized correctly. And then we'll use that command in the game to, for the two reasons I said, validate the authenticator and to complete the login process. So yeah. Right, I had made the header file for the command, but I hadn't yet made the implementation file. You're not going to repeat your OPP joke, your promise? I think you just did. Okay, this was okay, right? VS Code is a little confused by the fact that it hadn't seen this file before. I think what's missing is the source file for this, which is where? Down here? Commands. Right, I wanted to take this and make a copy and call it submit OTP, and just rename everything submit OTP. And this had server ID and client ID instead of player ID, right? And then instead of secrets, OTP, which is just an integer, right? Int OTP. All right. So server ID and client ID, when we encode, an OTP is just OTP. Yeah, the commands are ridiculously simple. They're just data structures, kind of like the actions in Redux, to tell you the truth. They are instructions for the executor component in my game to make changes to the game data. And I could go into that more if you're curious. I go into that a lot in previous streams and stuff like that. But the fact that the game is running on a cluster of servers, how they stay in sync is every change to the game is represented by a game command that is serialized and transmitted to the other servers over a network connection, and then it's received, decoded, and then applied to the copies of the games on the other servers. So this command is saying a player has submitted a one-time password, and it's context sensitive. If they submit it while they're already logged in, they're basically validating their authenticator. If they haven't yet logged in, then they're trying to log in with their authenticator. So this is just dealing with representing what the player wants to do and getting that point across to all the other servers. So after I get this working, I have to have the executor actually do the thing, and then there's another component of the service called the coordinator, which is taking the results of commands that are applied and letting the player know what happened about it. So either the code was good or bad, you either logged in or you didn't, that kind of thing. Okay, where are my compiler errors coming from? Syntax error on line 19, yes, because I have too many parentheses. Okay, now where? Now it is on command test 1825. 1825, all right, because it's command OTP. I like compiler error driven development. You just say, I don't remember where I needed to make changes. I'll just let the compiler tell me. The compiler says, there, you have an error. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's because I forgot to change that. Coordinator impl, line 118. Oh, because this function doesn't exist yet. So let's go to where that one is declared and implemented and make a copy. So it's that. I'll copy all this stuff and then just take this line here and replace this line there. React to the execution of a setOTP command. Okay, so then where that is defined here, I guess we'll just make a copy on submit OTP. Did I get the right name? No, I didn't. That should be executed. Okay, so I don't know what I want to do with it yet. I know that this should be submit OTP though. And I'm just going to mark this with a big fat to do, I think. Right? Yeah. I have a sense that I'll want this code again, but you know, I can copy it from somewhere else. That's fine. We'll just mark it with a big fat to do. And then put a bookmark there. Okay. And then this should be executed, right? Compile again. The goal is to get it to compile and link, and then the unit tests tell me what code I haven't written yet. Okay, and I need to make sure I've written all my tests. I did the command tests. I can run those now, actually. They should work. Let's run the command tests again. They should work, and they should include the new ones. The submit OTP, right? So all of these tests work now. The tests I'm missing would be for the executor to execute the submit OTP, and then there are two contexts. And there are two conditions for each context, so there are going to be 4 tests. So the first context would be they're already logged in, the authenticator is not validated yet, and they're trying to validate it, right? So let's do that. This will be validate authenticator, success and failure, right? So the success case would be This means they're already logged in if there's an associated client and a server ID associated with their account. And is that all I need to know? Oh, we need to have the secret already set in there. So, right, instead of doing that, it's Alex dot secret second factor is hello. Doesn't have to be anything in particular. It's just for testing, right? And then is that all I need? I think so. So the command that's executed is submit OTP. And I don't know why that didn't show in the right color. Anyway, we need to make the server ID match. And then the client ID as well. Oops. All right, and then the OTP can be whatever we want. Actually, no, it can't be whatever we want. It has to, let me think about this. It has to match what the authenticator would be for that and the current time. Ooh, this is interesting. So the time value has to be encoded in the command as well. Yeah. All right, we can do this. I think we'll call it time step. And it could be whatever I want. I just need to compute I need to compute what the OTP is given the secret and the time step. Right? So, that would be, for that we need, what? Hash TOTP and SHA-1. Hey there, Moontori. It's going well. I'm in the middle of doing two-factor authentication for my game right now. So I'm adding a unit test here that the executor validates an authenticator. So we need to compute the one-time password here, and it has to match. That's the whole point. So I need to find the code that I had. I think it was in auth.cpp where I did the TOTP. There it is. So that's the one-time password. That's exactly what I want going here. So with Google Authenticator SHA-1, the factor is this guy. Hello. The time is going to be, needs to match this time step. So just for simplicity, I'm using 0, right? Base of 0, 30-second intervals, 6-digit code. And then we publish it, and then what do we expect out of it? I think what we expect is that it's validated, right? So expect true, that when we look up the player, their authenticator is validated. Because it'll start not validated, and this will validate it as long as we got the correct code with the correct time step. Oh, we should also verify that the time step is now in the list, right? So expect equal standard set of 64-bit integers, including, it includes 0 now. Or players get player ID. Auth time steps used. Basically, we don't want to let them use the same code twice. That's the whole point of one-time password. There we go. Good progress, yeah. I'm hoping to get this done today, although I'm already almost 2 hours in, and I have to stop at 2 hours from now. I can't go over, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get everything done. But we'll try. Okay, yeah, this time step I forgot to include in the command. Submit OTP, so we need to include that. And we should put it in the command test first. This should have like a time step. And the time step is a 64-bit value. It could be whatever I want, so I'm going to use 42. Okay. Time step is 42. And then we'll expect the same thing back out the other end. All right, and then this will not build until I define it. So, come on, IntelliSense. IntelliSense, you can do it. I believe in you. Maybe not, though. Okay, we're going to just quit VS Code. Having this problem last couple of days where IntelliSense gets confused, and I have to, like, quit VS Code and start it up again, and then it finds it. See, now it's back to being in sync, where it's like, there's no such thing as time step. But then I can control click one of the other ones to get to where I should put it. So here it goes. 42 is the right answer. Yeah, you know it. You know what the answer is. JavaScript? Yeah, right now it's C++, but we'll go back to JavaScript in a bit. The time step. This is the times. Well, we don't want to have it self-defining, right? This is the value used in the TOTP, time-based one-time password algorithm to generate the one-time password. There. And we should actually initialize both of these because they're primitive types, right? Okay, so build that. The editor. Oh yeah, I have JS files. Well, this editor is VS Code, right? Is the editor actually written in JavaScript? I think you're right, because the whole thing is an Electron app, right? Never really thought about that. I just use it as a program and not really care what it's written in. Okay, so command test, let's run them again. I mean, the only thing I really have problems with is the IntelliSense. And I don't know if that's actually in JavaScript or if it's farmed out to some kind of server. All right, running the command tests again. Those go really quick, right? Right, so the encode, I messed up. What's different here? It's not including time step. Okay. Oh, indeed. Time step. uint64t encoding time step. And then this has to encode it down here. Actually, I'm surprised that the create actually passed before. Oh, it passed because I didn't check it down here. Checking it would be important. There we go. All right, run the test again. Pass, yay! Yay! Okay, executor test. This should fail though. And it would, let's see if it failed the correct way. It did not validate the authenticator, and the code was not recorded as being used. So let's change that. So the executor, I had a place for it, right? It was I had bookmarked it. Yeah, here we go. Right. So we're going to do just one half of it. I have to come back to this later to handle the other context. So we'll figure out what context we're in here. It depends on if the player is actually logged in or not on that client, right? Wait a minute, we need to know the player. We need to know the player ID. What am I thinking? I only have the server and client ID. I need the player ID too. Yeah, what am I doing? Okay, going back again. Keep messing up. Command tests. We need the player ID as well. Player ID. I need all of these things. What number to use? How about 85? No, we're already using 85. 7. Then this part there without the command arrow. And then expect it out the other side. And then we need to add it. Already intelligence is confused. Okay, we know it's here. And I can copy this from this command, can't I? I don't have to type that again if I can just copy and paste it. Build. Yeah, you're right, Hodendo. This is basically a web page generated by the JavaScript. But similar to my game, I believe, my game also being all JavaScript, there is a backend. I think one of the backends of this is the IntelliSense. I don't think they do the IntelliSense in JS. Okay, what did I mess up? Oh, yeah, I didn't actually change the code back here. So we need the player ID. And then we need to encode it as well. There we go. See, this is why I have unit tests. If I didn't have unit tests, I would not know if I just forgot to do things. All right, that's good. And then back to executor. So let me change this because we need to include the player ID here. Equals player ID. Now the executor test for validation is correct and has all the information it needs. It should still fail because I haven't written the code yet. Right, so back to the code. So yeah, so we're going to look up the player essentially. So const.o player is GameState.players get command player ID. And then basically we'll know if they're logged in or not if the player record has the same server ID and client ID, right? No, it's if the player is not logged in at all. No, it's if the player is logged into the server, right? Then we're validating the authenticator. So if player dot, how come I'm not getting IntelliSense from this? Error type? It's not an error type, is it? Yeah, there's no error. Now it's caught up. Okay, player. No, still. It doesn't know the type of this. Okay, restart IntelliSense again. You like writing tests as much as the impl? I don't like it per se. I feel comfortable when I have tests because they help catch a lot of mistakes that I make. Also, it helps detect if things regress, like I break things. So I like the comfort and the confidence it gives me. I don't like writing them because it takes time. I've never really gotten back to full efficiency where I was when I wouldn't write tests. So there's like a cost, but there's the benefit of having a safety net. So if the player's server ID equals the command's server ID, and the player's client ID matches the command's client ID, then they're already logged in to the same server, and we're validating the authenticator. Otherwise, we're logging in, aren't we? So this is where this is the second context that we'll handle later. And this is the context we're handling now. So we need to generate our end of the OTP and compare. Actually, we should first see if the time step is used, right? I should have a test for that. We should have, I should have just written the test right up front, because there are two failure modes, right? Failure, OTP, bad, and then there's also a failure if the OTP is already used. OTP, good, but already used, right? Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? You've caught me live on stream. You've caught me! Working on the authenticator stuff still. You propose bug-driven development, write a test for every bug and nothing else. That's sort of a compromise between what I do and nothing at all, right? So I do both. I do tests for new development, but I also, if I have a bug later, I try to force myself to write a test to reproduce the bug, and then if it ever comes back, I'll know. But I'm not 100% good with that. Yeah, regression testing, exactly. That's making sure the bug doesn't come back, right? All right, OTP bad would be easy. We just add 1, right? Then it's always bad, right? The result would be false, and that it didn't get used, right? So already used is slightly different. It would be that it's valid, but it's already used. So I need to put it in the used set. So alex.authenticator time step used equals 0, right? And then this should be, it's still false. It's still used. Yeah, there we go. So those are the 3 possibilities. The catch is that every single bug gets a test. Yeah, I try to do that, but it's hard. It's a hard discipline to follow because sometimes you just want to get the bugs fixed and then move on. But if you force yourself to stop and write a test, it just takes longer. You just prefer to not write bugs? Yeah, me too. Then you'd save a lot of time, but yeah, we'd have to be perfect to do that. All right. Is it worthwhile just making sure that all 3 of those new tests fail first? So that's executor tests. Run them. Ugh, I hate that this scrolls so much. Right, so everything passes, but oh, the failure actually passed. Oh yeah, because it does nothing. Doing nothing is the equivalent of failing to authenticate, right? Okay, so we'll compute the OTP ourselves. So I'll cheat by just copy pasting this code here. Const.auto OTP equals that. And so we'll need TOTP and hash up here. Include hash SHA-1, include hash TOTP. All right. Hey there, it's Coder's Life. Which C++ and extension am I using? It's, yeah, mostly the big one, which is the C++, but I also use, because I use CMake for the build system, I have CMake tools. And then because I use Google Test, I have the Google Test Explorer and the Test Explorer UI for this clever looking thing. All right. Where was I? Oh, right. Okay. Down here. Okay, the second factor is their second factor, right? And 1, 2, 3. The 4th parameter is the time. So that's from the command. The time step. So then we generate the code and we need to see does it match. If OTP equals command OTP. If it matches, it might be that it's used. Actually, we can do that check up front. Using precompiler headers, no, because it compiles decently quickly. The more time it takes to compile, the more I will be encouraged to enable precompiled headers, but haven't reached that point yet. And don't worry about disturbing me. I enjoy answering the questions. Hey there, Domson. I did not say hi to its Coder's Life or Domson. To-do tree seems like a cool plugin. Almost made you try out VS Code. Yeah, Adam uses the To-do Plus. I don't use To-do or Tree or To-do Plus. I've been using more these days just issues in GitHub to track what I need to do. Interactions, yeah. So half, I try to keep a balance, half the time chatting with you guys and answering questions, and the other half doing work. That's the precarious balance I try to achieve. Yeah, we need to see if the OTP is in the player's. So if player dot times, actually we can just check if the time step is used, and we could do that. We could do that in here, right? If the code matches, but they've already used this time step, then we have to fail, right? Command time step. Actually, we can just do the equals case first. I hate doing negative logic, so we'll do the positive logic first. And this ugly code is how you check if something is in a set or other container. You do a find and then you compare with end. So if that is true, that means that they have not used it yet. So this is the success case. Otherwise, it's the to-do fail. Code good, but already used. And this is the fail code bad. There we go. I just need to fill in the code. And this is to do logging in with authenticator. Right? Okay. I wonder if I should compute this hash outside. Right? Because we're going to compute it elsewhere too. Why not? Why not just compute it outside? And actually the same failure occurs whether or not they're logged in, so we could do this, we could shortcut the fail outside here. If it's not good, then we can do the bad code case way early, right? And not have to do this comparison at all. Actually, in the same thing here, maybe we could do this as well. If it is not end, it is fail code good but already used. So in these cases, we're ultimately going to return, right? And we're going to return, we're returning a indicator of failure, I think. So how do I do that? This is how I do it. So it'd be return error bad OTP. Actually, both of these just bad OTP, right? You've tried coding on stream, but it was 82% interaction, 10% fetching new drinks and running to the toilet. Yeah, 8%'s not that bad. Yeah, the balance shifts depends on how comfortable you are with the task you're doing and how much help you need. 82% interaction is good if you need a lot of help and your viewers are really awesome and they help you. Sure. Is the OTP hash just to make it harder to reverse the secret for a given OTP? It really is just a challenge to see if you have the authenticator, right? It's this kind of factor for second factor auth. This is the kind of factor that is something that you have, not that you know or that you are, right? So 2FA is two-factor or second factor authentication. And the factors are something you know, something you have, and something you are, right? So something you know could be password. Something you have would be authenticator. And something you are would be like your fingerprint or something like that, right? So I already have this in my game, so I'm trying to add this. So the OTP is basically just a challenge response to prove that you have something, in this case that you have the authenticator. So I'm doing the weaker form of this, which is a soft token authenticator, where the authenticator's identity is that it has the shared secret that only it and the server knows. A stronger form of this would be a hardware key, which has a secret key that no one else knows, but then you give the public key, half of it, to the server, and the server would give a challenge and the hardware key would answer it, right? Oh, thank you, Friendly Bear. Yeah, I thought so. See, I'm getting really good at banning them. I had 2 of those yesterday. The pattern is very predictable. In fact, you know what? I got a template ready for you. Let me just do this. Oh no, I'll do it later. I don't want to get too distracted. All right. So yeah, I'm doing the soft version of, or the weaker form of this, but it's better than nothing, right? To prove that you have something. So that's all that the OTP does. One-time password. It's something that rotates so that it can't be used more than once. And the idea is that if you actually do have the authenticator, you'll know what the code is, and it's not something that someone could have guessed because it's completely random. The only way someone else would know it is if they somehow cloned your authenticator, which is a concern. If you're ever going to look into this yourself, you should be aware that there are security problems with it, right? This link goes into a lot of detail about it. And basically, it's if someone manages to take a couple pictures of your phone at the moment you're generating an OTP, they can run it through a password, basically a brute force attack to basically clone your authenticator. So when you use one of these things like Google Authenticator, you have to be really careful not to let anyone see your one-time passwords, because even if you've used the one-time password, it could be used to clone your authenticator given enough time. I think their example was it took like an hour and a half to clone an authenticator. So it's, it's not something that takes years. It's on the order of like an hour and a half. So never ever let anyone see your phone when you're using your authenticator. And also, these one-time passwords, you should make sure they're always transmitted over a secure channel. So my game, I use Transport Layer Security, SSL. Yeah, that's the point you were making? Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to leak. You never ever leak the secret, and you don't want to leak the one-time passwords because they can be used to reduce, basically they call it reducing the key space for a brute force attack. So turning it from like just a wild guess of the 6-digit code to more like figuring out what the secret is and then being able to essentially clone the authenticator. So you don't want that. The larger the secret key is, the harder it is. And Google Authenticator, unfortunately, only I think uses 80 bits, but the standard recommends up to 160. An SSL, I think, doesn't it use like 512 bits now these days, or it's just 128? But yeah, you want your keys, the larger you can make your keys, the better. Okay, I don't need this anymore. This is the success case. Actually, they're both success, right? Validating authenticator. All right. I should also verify that that's given back in the tests here, right? That we should expect equal bad OTP for execution error. For there and for there. And this should be nothing. So expect true that it's empty, right? All right. Think I got that right. Let's check. Yeah. So that's still passing. Still passing. This should still be failing because I didn't fill in the to-do code yet. All right. So this is done. Bad OTP. Validating authenticator. So we've already checked that it matches and it's not used. So there are essentially, actually I could do it right here. The one thing we have to do is log that it's been used. So game state.players, and we have to say, what was it again? Consume TOTP, right? And we have to give the player ID. So that's command player ID. And then the time step consumed, that's command time step. And then the current time step. Oh, that's right, because we have to look forward and back up to the certain number of time steps, right? Oh shoot, I forgot about that. Okay, well for now, this will work. but I'll have to update the unit test to allow the slack, right? If the authenticator is off by 30 seconds. So we consume that, and then the validation is just game state players. Validate second factor. And that's it, right? That should make my test pass, but then I'm going to have to update the test. Or I have to actually make another test. Yay, okay. So let's make the other test. This is validate authenticator success, same time code, the same time step, and then we'll need a success for like previous and next time steps, right? Previous. So let's, the fourth argument was the time step, right? 1, 2, yeah. So let's say it's time step 1 and we use 0, right? That should be a success and it should use 0. No, 1. No. This is the code for 0, right? Okay. Arguing with myself. And then the next time step would be if we used 1 while it's 0. And that should consume code 1. There we go. So those new tests ought to fail now. Yippers. Next and previous fail. Okay, so that's because we're only computing the current one. I need to put this into a loop, don't I? Right, so we want a loop for uint64t time step equals the commands time step minus, and then here I need that global, that game constant that I made. Where did I put it? Game constants. TOTP time step window. So I'll wrap this into different things here. So time step less than or equal to that plus. And then plus time step. And then doing this, but I have to change the logic a little bit. Because we can't just return like that. We have to, what are we going to do? I guess we're just doing continue, right? And then if we get down to here, we're returning bad OTP for any reason, right? And then here we're returning null pointer. No error. Cool. So we use time step instead of command time step here. Actually, in all of these, okay, and here's where I don't use it in both places, right? The one to consume is here, and that's the current one. Correct. Okay, and it can't find it probably because I'm not including it. No, I am. Okay, why is it not working then? Oh, is it inside of a namespace? It is. Okay. Hey there, Spheris. How are you doing? I'm doing wacky second factor auth changes to my server. So it's not game dev right now. It is server dev. But how are you doing? What you been up to lately? Okay. So let's see if these pass now. No, they're still failing. Okay, that one passed. Okay, and let me run them all. I must have screwed something up. What did I do wrong? The next time step fails and the same time step fails. How does it fail? It did not validate at all. Okay. Interesting. Less than or equal to that plus that. Okay, what did I do wrong? Making some coffee? Nice. I like your emotes. You have 3 emotes now, huh? Oh no, you're using yours and then 2 of someone else's. I see. Yeah, Sparrow Coffee is really awesome. I like that emote. Still working on the drone lately? The drone that sometimes loves you and sometimes hates you. It has mixed emotions. Nice. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. This takes the time, not the time step. So to get the time from the time step, I have to multiply by 30. Multiply by that variable there. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Oh, cool. What is that? What's that link? Oh, it's a little video? Oh, cool. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, the drone's materials are looking good now. Nice. Way to go. Awesomeness. This is still failing. What did I do wrong here? I think I know what I did wrong. I also screwed this up, didn't? Oh, no, this one should just work. But really, this should be the time, right? 0 there. 0 there. But then the next one, this should not be 1, it should be 30. That might be why this one failed. No, that it's still going to fail because the other one's failing, right? Yeah. So why is this one failing? I think I'm going to debug it. So we'll put a breakpoint there and we'll say, we would like to debug. Got to get the missiles to explode. You had the rocket exhaust working, right? So the missiles exploding should just be a slight variation on that shader, right? Instead of the fire going one way, it'd be fire in all directions. Something like that. Maybe with a little variation. It sounds fun. Okay, let's look at the command. Oh, well, that's wrong. How did that get to be 914,130? Oh no, wait a minute. That's the OTP. Never mind. The time step is okay, good. I'm just Oh, what happened? Oh, is it because it's unsigned? Okay, I shouldn't use times that wrap like that then. Realistically, it'll never be 0 because that's 1970. We'd have to go back in a time machine to 1970 for that ever to underflow. So I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to use some values that won't underflow here. So same would be 1 and 1. Previous would be 0 and 1. Next would be 2 and 1, right? Yeah. Okay. We're down to 1 failure. It's the next time stamp one is failing. Oh, I had this wrong. Shoot. It's 60 and the base. That's the base. I modified the wrong numbers. 0, 0, 60, 0, and 0, 0. Wait a minute. That's the bad one. This is the next previous. Okay, so this one should be 30 and 0. Erg. What am I doing wrong? Okay, back to debugging. Debug, please. So it should start at 0 and go up to 2. So let me look at the OTP. Right, so that won't match yet because which test are we're in? I forget which one we're doing. Oh, right, because yeah, okay. That won't match. Oh, why do I have a return there? I meant to do a continue. Oh, because I had copied it and forgot to come back up here and do a continue. There we go. So basically we disregard it if it's wrong or if it's already been used. Yeah. That would do it. The sprite for the exhaust might work, but you could spend 10 minutes and whip up a new one. Well, yeah, you know what to do now, right? So... Okay, we're getting there. It's that the time step used is wrong. Oh yeah, we used time step 2. That's 60 divided by 3 is 2. And this one's probably the same thing, right? Yeah. This one we used time step 1, not 0. Let me make sure I got the other things right. The bad one would be that we just screwed it up by adding 1, right? Actually, there's a chance that it actually might fail. No, wait a minute. This is hard. This is never changes, so we know it will fail. Yeah. Fail once, fail every time. There's no randomness in this. Failure already used because we put it in there and it's used. But we should do that so it actually checks. And go again. All right. Cool. Executor work is done. I should probably check this in. And I forgot to check in the changes to the command earlier, so I should do that first. All right, to add the command in the first place. Oh, and I forgot to put that one in. Okay, this one I did even before I did the command. So this is add variable to track second factor login state. So, hey, who is this? Adam, how are you doing? Hello, everybody from Adam's channel. I'm waiting a little bit to, just in case there's an ad. How long do ads usually take? Like 10 to 15 seconds? Okay, so by now everyone's probably through with the ad. So, hello everybody from Adam's channel. I'm just some guy making some game, and it's not botland. It is a JavaScript front-end game though, with a backend in AWS. So that's kind of like botland, right? You have Twitch Turbo. Ads take 30 seconds. Whoa. Well, we've gone 30 seconds by now, right? Just some anonymous cactus. Hello there, Gan and Cymaster and Raimi. Wowie, a whole gang's here. Multiple pixels. Yeah, so my game is somewhat similar to the old Ultima games, and it's built in 2 big pieces. The front-end app is using Phaser for the graphics here, and I'm using React for the user interface elements and Redux to hold on to the front-end state. The back end of the game is running on AWS in a cluster of servers for fault tolerance. They basically shadow each other, and this one marked with an L is the leader server actually running the game code, and these follower servers basically is just replicating the state. So all state changes happen through a journaling system, kind of like how Redux works with actions, actually. And thank you for all the follows, by the way. The game is still a work in progress, so there's some test content. There's not a whole lot of real game content yet, but I have like NPCs like Bob here wandering around in the world. I have a test environment and a production environment. Right now, new accounts are disabled because I'm working on improving the security of the game. But if you happen to have a game account, you can log in now and kind of play around. There is a starter area, and there is a sewers underneath the starter area. So here's a starter area. This guy will give you a sword if you need one, and there's a healer wandering around somewhere here too. But there's a basic dialogue system to talk to these guys, and there's a basic zone transition system. So if you go down these stairs, you end up in the sewer system down here. And, you know, there are walls, there is water, there is logic to check to see that you can't walk through walls, that kind of stuff. and there's a combat system. I can demonstrate that in the test environment. Yeah, I can walk around. I can go into this test cave here and start. These guys are passive until I attack them. You can pretty much one-shot the slimes, but sometimes they stay alive. These orcs, though, they're a little bit more tough. Once I attack them, they start attacking me back. We have these health bars. You can see I haven't really polished the UI yet. Like, stuff obscures other things. That guy was not hitting me for a long time. I wanted to hit him. I want him to hit my characters to demonstrate that. So when you die, there's a forced modal dialogue to say, okay, what are you going to do now? You're dead. So you can do nothing or you can respawn. This is, again, a prototype. So in the real game, I'll obviously be adding more mechanics to it. The game logic that controls all these NPCs and responds to everything is in Lua as I'm working on developing it, and then I port it to C++ later. Lua, having it in Lua allows me to edit things really quickly, so I can go into here. Let's say the script where we give someone a sword, I can change the amount of damage that sword does. I can change the name of it really quickly live, even in the production environment. Same thing with building the world, so I can go here and paint different tiles. So I can decide I want to flood this area of the world here. There we go. And if someone was logged in, they'd actually see that happen. And my intent is to heavily integrate the game with Twitch, so all of my bots' commands are actually served by the game itself. So if you do like the today command, you can see what I'm doing, and that's actually the game responding. And also in the real game, if you score points in my stream, you're actually scoring points in-game once you've linked your game character to Twitch, and will later allow you to redeem those points for fabulous prizes. So now that I've given you the intro, let me catch up with chat here. So let's see. Anything that I missed that I need to respond to? Did I design the textures? These textures, my brother and I kind of spent like a couple months doing just as a hobby thing. And I know they're not the best. Neither one of us are really great artists. So right now it's just mostly a placeholder. If the game becomes more successful, I'll either, practice my artwork and get better, or hire an artist to replace the tiles. Tiles are super easy to change. I just go into here and change the asset name and upload a new file that matches that name into S3, and then boom, everyone gets the new tiles. And I can, there's some primitive animation stuff in here, so you can either have something that scrolls, that's what the S is for, or some of these NPCs animate just by having two different frames with different frame timings. Yeah, so all of this is the raw ping image, and yeah, it's super easy to change it. Okay, what else did I miss? Insert chat messages telling others to type F. Good one, Adam. That gave me a chuckle, so I'll give you a point. All right. Yeah, so I had a security incident like a week and a half ago. So, and it's been on my list for a while. So what I've been working on today is two-factor authentication. So the idea is, let's say it's not on yet, and let's say you want to enable two-factor auth. And right now, the first option I'm going to give is a soft token like Google Authenticator. So you'd say, make me a secret. You would either scan this into Authy or Google Authenticator, or you type in the actual secret code here. And then, and this is the part I'm working on now, to validate that it's working, you would get the code on your authenticator and type it in, and then the server would compare it to what it generates on its end. And if they match, then you're good to go. The next time you log in, you would have to enter the next code. So every 30 seconds, the code rotates, and once it's used, it can't be used again. So as long as you're the only one who has your authenticator and no one has figured out your key, then it gives you that extra factor of security, that someone has to both know your password and have your authenticator soft token key, whatever. So in the future, I plan to add like hardware key support, like YubiKey, and also OpenID Connect for like sign in through Google, Facebook, Twitter, that kind of thing. But one step at a time. This one-time password stuff, ridiculously simple to do if you already have the code for HMAC, which I had for some other purpose. So if I already had this implemented, you can check this out in my GitHub under the hash stuff. So time-based one-time password, It's just HMAC-based one-time password where you take the current time divided by the step size. HMAC one-time password is just compute an HMAC with the secret concatenated with the value, and for the time-based it would be the time step, right? And then you truncate it and you mod it to get the 6 or 8 digits or whatever. So it's actually pretty easy. The hardest part is HMAC, which I've implemented for other reasons, and that's just taking a hash function and permuting on it a little bit. I'll have a good lunch, Adam. Thanks for the host. So yeah, today is going to be a lot of server-client interaction with the purpose of kind of finishing the integration of this feature that we can add an authenticator to an account and then require it on login. So I'm not doing much game dev today or the rest of the week. It's just getting this security stuff in. So if you're interested more in the game dev, like the game mechanics and stuff, I'll try to get back to that next week or the week after, once I get the security back up to snuff. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. And if you have any questions, I got lots of commands to answer common questions, and I also don't mind explaining things. Thank you for the follow. Again, I don't like to shout out names of people who follow me because they might not like it. If you want me to shout you out, then say something in chat, and I'll wave, and I'll thank you, and all that stuff. All right, so where was I? I am writing these unit tests to make sure the authenticator can be validated. I think I had just gotten it to work, right? Yeah. So this is the executor component of the server. I should give a little brief intro to what that means. So in my log, and by the way, yeah, I don't have a nothing. Sorry about that. I do have an everything though. Guess where I got that from, Rami? My notes are all public. So if you wanted to see my research on two-factor auth, you can go here. And I especially recommend, if you're going to try to do two-factor auth, to look at the downside, which is that if you expose too much info to an attacker, it's actually not that hard for them to duplicate your authenticator. So you got to be really careful. Don't let anyone ever see the one-time password, these 6-digit codes. Because if they know a code and the time at which it was made, if they get like 2 or 3 of those, it's like ridiculously simple to clone your authenticator. It only takes like an hour and a half or something like that using a brute force attack. So it's not as safe as you might think. It's especially weakened if you reveal the one-time code. So never show anyone the codes, and make sure when you're typing it in, it's going through a secure channel. My game, everything is over a SSL, TLS connection. And on top of that, I use a WebSocket. So this is WSS. That's WebSocket secure. So there's a SSL connection set up first, and then on top of that, all of the protocol happens, and only there do we allow these one-time passwords and secrets and stuff to be transmitted. So yeah, if you're gonna do this yourself, be careful about the potential attack vector. But yeah, in my notes, I talk about the standards that are involved here, and then what I plan to do today, which is that I am working to do the validation system. And then, yeah, I was going to show also in the notes, where was it? Notes? Server architecture, yeah. So I just finished updating the executor component. It sits right in the middle, the heart of my game server. It's the thing that changes the entity component system, which feeds back to the coordinator, which is talking to all the game clients. So when the command to validate your authenticator reaches the executor, it applies to the entity component system and the player's records and all that. The fact that, yeah, your authenticator is good to go, but only if the one-time password that you gave it matches what it should have been. Hey there, Neutral Dread. How are you doing? So I just finished that, so now I got to update the coordinator end. So there are two aspects of that. If the command failed, like the code was bad, the coordinator's got to tell you that, yeah, sorry, that code didn't match, right? Or if it's in the case where it succeeds, the coordinator says, your authenticator is good to go. So we're going to do that next. And I had a to-do piece of code already set up for that, right? Yeah, right here. So when an one-time password is submitted and that's been executed by the executor, we have to see, well, was there an error or not? And if there's an error, I think we're just going to tell the client directly the error, right? Actually, it depends on the context, right? So you might submit a one-time password to validate your authenticator, and you might submit it if you're logging in. If you're logging in, we want to do a login failure. If you are, actually, you know what? I could just make I can make the same response to the client for both. And let me steal from what would it be? Profile, on change profile. Where would that wouldn't be here. That would be in profile. On change profile executed. Okay, this is if error is empty, but what if it's not? Yeah, so this is what I want. Oh, but we want to send it to the correct client, so I kind of want the same kind of logic, don't I? Thank you for that follow. I think I want this, don't I? And then, not there, here. For this to do here, we're going to look through all of the clients connected to this server. And what is this exactly? The command does have a player ID. If it's a different player, then we skip it. Let me think about this. This was for change profile, right? Okay, but it might be submitted because we're logging in. Actually, I'm not going to care about that right now. It's only validation. So they have to be logged in. That's what this means. That the client has a player ID, which matches our command's player ID. That means that this is the player. This player is logged in here. But I should also check is the server and client IDs, right? Or do I? Oh, this is only to communicate with the player, right? So yeah, I would check all of those things. Well, thank you for that follow, by the way. So this should be server ID, and it's not here, is it? It is our server ID. Let me cheat and look where this is used elsewhere. Instance ID, that's it. In fact, can't I just do this check first? Yeah. In fact, I can just do an early return, right? If it's not us. Are you going to implement a max attempts mechanism to prevent replay attacks? Well, yeah, the OTP is one-time password, so once you use it once, you can't use it again. But if you mean like if someone just is brute force guessing and they don't ever guess it, do we stop them? Yeah, so there's a couple mechanisms already in place where if they get too many login failures, then they're forced to do a CAPTCHA check. And I think at some point also, I stop processing requests if they're too frequent. And we disconnect them and we ban their IP address for like a minute or something like that. So there's some mechanisms in place already to prevent like just brute force in a loop attacking. And so, yeah, I guess it's already handled in a sense. But yeah, the additional thing we do with one-time password is once it's used, we want to make sure that it can't be used a second time. Because if someone happens to be snooping the channel and they, they would see, if they see the one-time password, it's bad, but it would be worse if they could immediately use it and hijack your account immediately. All right, so if the second time we see the same one-time password, we just reject it. Okay, so I don't need this. No, we're going to change this into client first, right? No, it's, what is it? I can't remember this stuff. Let's look for command client ID. Client second ID, there we go. If it's not the client ID, or it's not the same player ID, then continue, yes. Go move on to the next client. This is a to-do, successful validation. I'll do that in a minute. So turn all that off. Otherwise, it's a failure, right? So this would be, we need to invent a new command here. We call it the OTP result or something like that. And success is false. Error is there. Sure, why not? And I just realized I did that without making a unit test. So I should make a unit test for this, shouldn't I? Test. Where are you, tests? Okay, here you are. Auth player. Okay. Yeah, so let's just make a new one. Hey there, Fear. So, and thank you for the follow there. Let's see, auth player, this would be successful authentic. Well, let's call it authenticator. Successful validation. And then let's make another test placeholder here for actually I'm gonna turn this around. Validation successful and failure. So I need to arrange the test correctly. I think the same arrange, but with a different command, will have a different, yeah, okay. So the arrange is add a test user, set up their authenticator secret, and then start the server, pretend the player connected and logged in, and record how many journal entries we had at the start there. And then the command is going to be submit OTP, right? And we'll just change this everywhere. We need to fill in the player ID and the server ID is 85. And the connection, do I get that from here? What is player? It's a context. I forget how I did this. Let's just search for client ID. Do I just assume it's 1? Oh, okay, I could hack it there. Is that what I want? That's, oh no, that's if they're already logged in. Trying to figure out if this is the right way for me to do it. Like when it's 1 there, is that just because it's the first login? Okay, yeah, I guess so. Just keep it simple. So it's got to be 1, and then basically we're pretending that it got published, and here we have to execute it the same way the real executor would. This is a unit test, so there's no executor. There's only the coordinator, and we mock everything else. So it would be validate second factor. Publish that it was validated. So that means that there's no error. So we would expect what I had written back here, right? OTP is actually, this is exactly what we would expect. So thank you for that follow. OTP result, success is false. No, this is for the failure, right? We want a true there and no error. Okay, and then the failure would be if this had an error. So let me do this the right way by giving each one a line, and then this is a JSON object which happens to have a error, and then I can put anything I want here. So I'm going to put I like pie because I can. So success false. What the coordinator is expected to do is take what the executor says the error was, verbatim, return it to the client. That's the requirement, even if it's silly. Because we have separation of concerns here. The executor figures out if it succeeds or fails, and if it fails, what to tell the coordinator, right? And the coordinator is just supposed to relay the message. So let's see if that works, and if that works. That does not work, right? Because I did the failure case, but not the success case, right? Success case. I guess we just, all we're doing is telling the client that it succeeded, right? Is that all I need to do? Because the executor did the hard work, right? I think so. So run that guy. Okay. And then what else do I need to do? I guess it's that's it for the backend work, right? Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? Adam, EJ, and Raimu EJ, but do you have the full trio? You have to subscribe to Left just to get the full trio there. But how are you doing? And we were talking to someone else in Adam's channel, who's a mod who also streams, so trying to convince him to make his own EJ-like emote. Then you'd have to have 4. Okay, I did the coordinator, did the executor. I'm on to the front end work, right? So the front end work would be, and there's a bug right in front of my eyes. Where'd it go? Die. I have to deal with bugs in my code and in real life. It sucks. Okay. The front end here. Let's review. Let me move my character to someplace not so crowded with monsters. Because every time a monster moves, I get a message. So here's a lovely little test area I was going to work on with Fog of War. So when we connect, right, this second factor auth tells us if we have an authenticator enabled. The idea is to change the front end so that when we get that, we'll show that it's already enabled, and then we'll have a disable button. And if it's disabled like that, now when I refresh, I should see that it's none. Yes, it's none. So when it's none, we should have this thing have a button, not call it make secret, but make it something like enable authenticator or something like that. And then it will transmit the secret to us like this does. Get auth secret gives us the secret, and then we'll change the front end so that it actually does a submit OTP to validate it. And if I don't validate, it should, when I reload here, it should not have a secret because we didn't validate it. So I think because I didn't reload the server, it's doing that. So let me fix that. Reload the server. There we go. Oh, I didn't get a stream notice for that, but thank you very much for continuing the sub, Resubaka. How come why didn't I get a overlay message for that? Is Stream Elements just letting me down? We should have gotten a nifty stream overlay thing announcement for that. But thank you very much for that. All right, server is coming back up. Let me refresh away. It should, even though I had hit the right, so it says none. So even if I make a new secret, when I reload, since we never validated it, it should say we don't have one. Yeah, perfect. So I just need to work on the front end to add the submitting the OTP back, right? So we're going to the front end now. Or should I check in the back end work? Should probably do that, right? Oh, I was checking it in and I never finished because I was being raided. And I forgot to finish it. It could be because it starts in 2 days. Oh, could be. So like on Monday, there might be an overlay thing. Okay, this one was to record. I'm not using this field yet, but I wanted to check it in. Record the player ID for a client who has passed the password validation, but not yet the authenticator. Well, not validation, password check, but not the authenticator check when logging in. I haven't done that. I'm not using that yet, but I figured I'd put it in there right now anyway. Okay, so let's make the next commit the submit OTP command. So it's just registering it, adding it to the build, right? Adding it there, yes. Here's the command itself. Not this or any of that yet. The command test, yes. And not those. I think this is it. So this is add submit OTP command. And don't need a dot for the first line. Okay. Get auth second factor type. All right, I remember I added that to clean this up. So it's just that hunk, right? And not that code yet. And not that. This, yes. Not that. This, yes. And yes. Oh. Okay, that goes with the executor, with the coordinator change, right? Yeah. Okay. Just looking to see if anything else goes into this commit that I'm staging. This, yes. Nope. None of the tests, right? How about this one? No. No. Okay, so this one is add players get auth second factor type method. Okay, and then I think I can break this one up into the coordinator and executor changes. So let's do the executor changes first. So this is handling the submit OTP command. So that goes with that. Oh, wait. Hold on. Unstage. This one goes with the last commit. That's the test for it. So I want that. Commit. I love the amend thing with the Git GUI. One of the reasons I still use this tool, even though it's not conducive of dark mode. All right. I think that's a clean separation there. So support submit OTP command and executor. And then this is, what is this? Okay, this was the repair a test now that it needs to be validated to be enabled, right? Right. Oh, no, we should include this first. This is not showing these things in player downloaded data. So not that or that, but this, yes. Okay, so don't include new 2FA values added in player downloads. All right, and then we're down to these. I'll just pull this one along with it, even though it's not really related. This is relay submit OTP results back to, oh wait a minute, that means I only did half of it. I'm only relaying the results back to the client. I didn't handle the other direction, making the command in response to a client request. So I should do that before I do the front end work. Yeah, so that would be also in auth player, right? And we just need to verify that it's added to the game. So this is submit OTP validate authenticator. There'll be another variation of submit OTP, which is submit OTP to log in, but I'm just doing validator authenticator validation. So yeah, so it starts out the same, right? It starts out that they have an authenticator, it's not validated, and they log in, and then the act is that they're going to send a command. I mean, send a message, right? So let me find, okay, like this one. Right? Okay, have a good stream, Spheris. Submit OTP, and then we want to put the OTP in there, right? And it doesn't matter what it is, so I'm just going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be a number, not a string, right? We'll need the front end to parse it as a number. Okay, and then the assert will be, we expect it to have added a command when we did that. So yeah, kind of like this stuff. Assert that it adds a submit OTP command, and that the command has the stuff in it that we expect. So the test user ID, the server, so 85 for the server ID, and 1 for the client ID, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the OTP, and also the time should be correct. In fact, I'm going to advance the time, so mock timekeeper. Current time is, let's just do 60. So that'll put us into time step 2. Time step 2. Okay, there we go. There's the unit test. Make sure it builds, and then I'll implement the code to make the test pass. Okay, I got 1 hour left. I don't think I'm going to finish today, which is a shame. I might finish it over the weekend, unless people really want to see me stream it. I want to get back to like actual game dev and not let this drag off too much longer. Right, so it doesn't depend the command. So there are a couple aspects to this. To recognize a message from client to server and do something with it, we have to go to the coordinators table here of messages and register a new one. So it will be here, register client message, submit OTP to the auth system. So it's actually really close to set password. So I'll look for set password in the auth system. Where is that? Here it is. So we declare it. And hold on. I just noticed that this doesn't have the word executed on the end like these other ones do. Do I care that much? Kinda. Let's fix that. So change it there, 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 and not there. So if I do that and I say replace it with that and then hit that button, that'll do it, right? Yes. Cool. And then let's go back to that header. Cool. Fixed. So set password check. This declare actually declares two methods, check and make command. Check is to make sure that we should do something, and make command actually constructs the structure representing what we want the game to do. So a submit OTP request will make a submit OTP command, basically. Fix it later? No, well, I fixed it right now, Cthulhu. See, fixing it now is better than fixing it later. That's the key to not be so lazy, right? If something will take you, what's the rule? If something will take you like 30 seconds or less, you just do it and don't delay it for later. Yeah. Ooh. I put this in the wrong place, didn't I? Yeah, this doesn't go there. This goes a little bit down. This goes like down to here. Yeah, okay, fixed. Okay, so I'm just gonna take the check and make command and copy them. And paste, and then change the names to submit OTP. So the check and the make command. So what should the check do? I think the only thing required is that they either be logged in completely or that they're logging in, right? So it would be if... How'd this work? Hey there, Mantis. Why do it now when you can do it later? That's the procrastinator's motto. So we work against the procrastination by saying the answer to that is why do it now? Because you can do it in 30 seconds or less. Okay. I actually want the requirements for check to be similar to the requirements for change profile. Right. Something like this. It's never going to be done by an admin anyway. So it's just going to be this. If it's 0, they're not logged in. So they tried to submit an OTP when not logged in. Otherwise, they are logged in. So we're just going to make a command. So it's simply we return true. Right? Return true. So the only check is that they're logged in. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Procrastinate? You haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. How are you doing, Mr. Sir? As always, what I'd like to do to say hi to CM Griffing is to give a shout out to his channel and mention that this overlay is written by CM Griffing. And if you check out his stream, you'll see him either working on that directly or maybe marketing it or doing the user interface for the control panel and etc. And so you should check it out. I am doing great. I am maybe 2/3 of the way through adding two-factor authentication. So I'm doing the commands in the game now when you type in the 6-digit code and you want to give it back to the server. So the server checks to make sure you are logged in. And if you are logged in, it's going to make a command for the game to do something with the code. Either it's two contexts are involved when you enter a 6-digit code, right? You're either validating your authenticator or you're using it to log in. And whichever one it is depends on if you are logged in completely yet or not. Also, I should probably have a check to make sure that it does nothing if you haven't even enabled it, right? In fact, that should probably be a check we do up here, right? Well, no, we should have the executor just handle that, right? Yeah, okay, before I forget, let me make a test for it. We should have it fail because we haven't even enabled it, right? So let me just put a placeholder here for that. Validate authenticator failure, no authenticator enabled. And we'll just have it expect true false for now, so it will, if I forget, I'll at least see it fail. The overlay is stream parrot. Yes. Does that actually work? Oh, I didn't mod you, so I'll do the command for you. Ah. Really? There we go. And I'll give Nui a point for trying to do that. There we go. What was the reason why I didn't mod? Why did I either required mod in the game to do adcom, or there was a reason why I didn't give everyone mod for that. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I think I'll just give you a point and then copy paste your command, and that'll be good for now. All right. Yeah, so coordinator is not going to care if it makes sense or not. It's just going to relay the command. So that means we still have to look them up, right? And we're going to look them up the same way this one does. We just... Oh no, this is just making the command. Oh, it does do this check. We should do that. But we're going to make a command. It's going to be submit OTP. And then why is... Oh, because we have to reach over to the profile system to get that. Profile dot. So get their ID. And if it's 0, that means they don't exist anymore. And so we don't do anything. Otherwise, we're going to fill in the information for this, which is player ID, server and client. Whoops. Server, client, and then we need the code that they put in. And we also need the time step. Time step where we get by asking the timekeeper what time it is. Get current time, and then we need to divide by the time step. I should probably make this a global variable, right? I'll do that in a moment. Let me know if I forget, though. The OTP we need to get from the message. So that is interpret as a uint64t message OTP. All right, and then that's it, right? I just return it. Done. Yeah, I haven't modded anyone in game yet, and I can't remember why. There was a reason why. I don't remember what it was though. What is this saying here? Loss of data. Oh, but this is a double. I forgot about that. Yeah, we want to truncate it, which I can just do this way, right? I want to truncate the seconds, actually. And then what is this error here? What? Oh, do I need to do a two-step thing? It still says it's loss. Why? Oh, because it's an int. Okay, yeah, sorry. This is not a uint. This is none of that crap. It's just int. There we go. Time step is uint64t, but OTP is just an int. Okay, so let's run the test. Where was the test again? Auth player? There it is. Yay, it works. Okay, let me get the executor test. No, I promised to do the 30 seconds into a real constant, right? So back here we go, and this 30, can I just look for the number 30? And discount all of these false matches here. A lot of 30s that are just random. Right. Yes. Don't need that. I'm just removing all the false positives right now. These should be game constants, yes. No. No. Oh. I think that was a no. Okay, so we'll just we don't have to assume anymore. We'll get it from a constant. Okay, so let's invent this constant. Let's go to game constants and just put it there. Okay, const expr uint64t TOTP time step size is 30. So here, this is the number of seconds. Well, this is really the rate at which. No, this is the duration in seconds. Or would it be better to say lifetime of a one-time password used, well, of a time-based one-time password generated for the game. How about lifetime? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to use that constant in all of these other places. So this can just say that, right? Or do I need to prefix it? Well, I think that's because I didn't include the game constants there. And now it knows what it is. Okay, and then back over here. Same thing. This is an anonymous namespace, so I have to say realm server and then that. And then there. And the same thing in all of these places. And I should probably do something with that 6 as well, shouldn't I? While I'm at it, right? It's the number of digits. So TOTP num digits. 6. This is the number of digits to produce for a time-based one-time password generated for the game. I'm going to put the time base in there too. TP times time base. It's 0. This is the base in seconds from which to count time from which to count time in seconds past midnight January 1, 1970. That's Unix epic. From which to count time, to count time when generating time-based one-time passwords for the game. Yeah, there we go. That's good English, right? All right, so let me look for the number 6. This is going to have a crazy number of hits, though. So what if I include realm server only? 32. That's much better. Okay, so drop. So this is probably the one, right? Yep. So I want this constant here. And not there. That's a false positive. Up here. Exactly. Realm server. Not there, or there. Here. That way, if I change it, it will only be in one place, right? I should have just done that from the start. And those are all coincidences. Yep, okay. What's this one? Okay, never mind. All right. So then I'm going to kind of cheat and just search for that everywhere. Because nearby will be this time base, right? Yeah, this thing. Yep. And this one's scoped. Actually, you know what I should do for all of these other ones? Yeah, I should do this plus that in all of these places where we're computing them, right? And I'll make it plus 0 even though it looks weird because it's saying that I really want to base it off of the base but not actually add anything in those tests. Right? And then a couple more places where we actually compute the thing. Not there, but here. I did not actually subtract. No, well, I had that. No, okay, that one's okay. Yeah, this one, though, I did not add the base to it. Right, and that's important, right? Because why? No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I don't want to do that. I want to actually subtract it here. Actually, let's get it. I have to take no. The time step is computed somewhere else, right? Okay, not here. It's in it's here, isn't? Well, it's where we make the command submit OTP. So that's down. We haven't written the code yet for it. When I write it, though, I need to subtract the base time. Okay, so what was this? Yeah, that's the one I'm not touching. That's what? That's the actual check. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. What is this? Oh, this command was the temporary one. I don't need it much longer. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that soon. Okay, we'll just leave it. So, back to the make command, right? Right here. Actually, no, this is... I did write it. Okay, I was just getting confused. I have to actually subtract. So it's that minus the base, and then divide by the size of the step. There we go. All the correct types, right? UN64T, correct. It's assumed that the current time can never be before the base time. Otherwise, we would underflow. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, did I forget to go back and do this one? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll do that in a minute. Let me make sure that this was not broken by anything I just did. Also, I should run the player's tests again. All right. Player's tests, where are you? Here you are. They all pass. Great. And I can run this too. But the one I added that I haven't filled in yet will fail. Should be the only one, though. Correct. Okay, so let's fill this one in. And this is when it's not enabled, so I'll take the good case. Where is it? This one, right? And just not enable it at all in the front. So if it's not enabled, it's just not doing that, right? And then we submit one. Okay, and so we'll say like hello or something. It should be that it's... What should we do? What should we do if it's not even enabled in the submit one? Just pretend that it was bad, I guess? No, we can make it custom. We can say it's just not enabled. Yeah, so like this only say like OT or OT, well, auth second factor disabled. And then, yeah, this should be false. And it doesn't matter what I put here, right? Well, actually, it does sort of matter. We should say it wasn't changed. Okay, good. I got like half an hour left. I gotta start thinking about where my stopping point would be. Okay, they actually gave a bad OTP. I just need to make the error code correct. I can get rid of my breakpoints. Don't need them anymore. Okay, so I think what it's doing, it's getting bad because it's going through all of them and getting out here. So we want to actually shortcut it, right? We want to say if it's not even enabled. And the enable would be if it's empty. If it disabled means it's empty, right? So if player.auth secret is empty. If it's empty, then we return right away that it is not enabled. Disabled. Build it. Run it. Let's run all of them. I sure have a lot of executor tests. Run them all, please. Okay. Good check-in point. Let's do the constant stuff first. These constants. Okay, what did I do? Oh, I moved something there. So I'll leave that out for now. Yeah, just this one, right? Okay. Not yet. Not that yet. This, yes, these lines only. And then probably all of this, right? Except for the end. So a shortcut would be stage it all and then unstage the thing at the end. Unstage. So all these are constants only. Okay, cool. So move TOTP constants to game constants. All right. So this is an extra test case if the authenticator is not even enabled. And there's the code for it. So executor. Special error if OTP submitted when auth disabled. It's a little bit too long. We'll make that in there and say return a special error if OTP is submitted when the authenticator is disabled. And then summary. Handle submit OTP when authenticator disabled. There we go. And then this is the test case where we're submitting it to validate the authenticator, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just submitting it for any reason. So I can make the name shorter. Auth here. Oh, thank you for that follow. Submit OTP. Yeah, for whatever reason, as long as we're logged in, it will accept it for any reason, right? And it's just we verify that it's correct. We'll let the executor figure out what the context is. Cool. And let me run that. That should not have changed anything. I'll run it anyway while we're doing this. Submit OTP. Oh, wait a minute. This was fixing a name. Let me do that first. Okay. This one. And then, oh, I'm also moved it, didn't I? Okay, so that's a little bit more gross. So let's stage the removal and then stage this part of the hunk that adds it back with the new name. Lines, right? I think that is correct. Yeah, so it's removing from, I moved it and renamed it, which is, oh, wait a minute, I did it wrong. How did that get staged along with it? Okay, well, I guess we'll unstage it then. I must have clicked the wrong thing. Unstaged lines. Yes, because we only want it removed and added back with the executed at the end of the word. Okay, and then what we have in staged is this. Oh, okay, I see what I did wrong. There were two functions added. Okay, so rename on set auth second factor to on set auth second factor. It's too long. So fix name of coordinator method for consistency. Consistency, yes. Okay, and then finally, a handle handle submit OTP client message. Great. All right, so now it should all be front end work. So I'll just prepare for that by stopping the server one more time and starting it. And we'll work on the client. So back to, where was it? Settings panel. And we'll want to use that variable, right? Not auth secret, but the other one that I added. Let's look for where that's. It's in my session reducer, yeah. Oh, we're not even storing it in Redux yet. Okay, what was the name of it? Let's see what the name of it was. The name of it was auth second factor. So let me just make sure I don't actually use that in the front end yet. Yeah, so it's nowhere in the front end, so we're gonna have to add it. So that comes in through the profile message. Profile in .js ends up here on profile, and so we reflect profile. Okay, so I need to search for reflect profile here. And then we just take the entire message. Oh yeah, we're just taking type off of it, and the rest of it just ends up going into profile and new profile. Okay, so that means it's in profile. I can actually probably find that here already. Redux. And if I look at state session profile, it'll be there, right? There it is, auth second factor. So we want to use that now in the settings panel. What do I want to call it? Auth second, just same name, auth second factor. So that was profile, auth second factor, right? And then just in case the profile hasn't been fetched yet, I believe the way I did this is profile had an initial shape. Yeah. So we should put something there so it's not undefined. And what do we want to put there? Just empty string. An empty string will mean we don't know what it is yet. And so we only want to do the enable if it's none and disable if it's not none, right? Or if it's not yet been validated. So I actually need another state. So actually the state is if we know the secret or not, right? So I should have that in the shape. Once I get the secret, it shows up in the state, right? Session did I put it in profile? Where'd I put it? Oh, it's there. Auths. How come it's not showing up there? Weird. How come it's showing empty string, but it's not empty? That's weird. Is my Redux not working? Let me reload. Okay, why is this not working? I don't know what's going on. Do I need to? I don't know. And actually, what happened to my React dev tools? What happened to my React dev tools? That's weird. It got disabled or something? Nothing in the console that says it's wrong. I don't know what's going on. What if I refresh? Hold on a second. Refresh and then open this up again. Now it's okay. And then make secret and then, yeah, so it did change. That's weird. Okay, there. So I hold it apart from the profile. That's correct. And then what do I do when I disable? Does it clear it? It does clear it. And it should be in the initial shape here. Yes, right there. Okay, good. Okay. So we only want to show the QR code if we have a secret. But we want to show the disable if either we have a secret or the auth type is TOTP, right? Well, thank you for that follow. So yeah, I'm going to move this away here into something else. Let's rename this actually. We'll call it auth validation. And then this will be auth. Let's call it authenticator. And then authenticator. What's this? Hold on, I might need to answer this. I'll be right back. Yeah, that was, I think a scammer, but it took me a while to figure it out. All right. Authenticator, what are we calling it? Call it authenticator status, I guess. So if two things have to be true, we have to, well, no, one of two things has to be true. Either there's an auth secret, so I guess we do what, not auth secret to make it into a boolean, or the other one, auth second factor, or let's put these on different lines. Auth second factor is TOTP. If either one of those is true, then we want to show a disable button. Otherwise, I guess we don't need to show anything, right? And what did I do? Oh, missing one there. Okay, so that's that. I renamed QR to that. And I haven't done any of the CSS or any of the other Chrome yet. I just want it functional, so where is the button to ask for one? Oh, okay, I guess I hard-coded it, so I don't need the get code anymore. On get OTP, I don't need it. I'll leave it, actually I'm gonna leave it in there now. I'll remove it, because I gotta remove it from the back end too. I'll leave that the way it is too. Actually, you know what I should do? I should put that into the else case here, right there. Or do I make it separate? Yes. Yeah, this should be authenticator. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure what I want. Maybe I do want it here, but it has to be, you only want to get a new one if this is equal to none. So I'll just make another nested thing in here. I guess I could. So it would be, this is none. If it's none, then we're putting this one in there. And so it's bundled in here, so I can remove it from here. And this is temporary. I'll just leave this around. Well, let's put it afterwards. Actually, let's put it in with that code thing, right? Yeah. So make this a React fragment. So there's the get code. And then, oops. I did this wrong. That fragment goes here. And there. And this goes there. Oh, hold on. It's both. Okay, forget it. It was this, but I just didn't do it right. This has to be another bracketed thing. Like that. Because I'm going to get rid of that whole thing, so I just want to delete it easily. Okay, so for now, there'll be a get code and display the code, but that's going out. So let's see what that does now. Let's view it from the network side of things. Okay. So it says that because that's none, but if I hit that, it should show that. And there's a disable, which I can hit, and that disables it. Okay, that's so far so good. The get code shouldn't show up though. You know, I'm not going to worry about that. That's going to be removed soon anyway. So then the new thing to add would be, if we're in this state where we have a secret, then we'll want to have an input where we can submit the code. And then that will go back to the server, right? So actually, it's convenient that I have this because this lets me do, this actually is running the authenticator locally, sort of. It's letting the server be my authenticator for testing. Okay, so I just need to add an input, right? So where would I add that? I guess it's in the QR thing, right? Yeah, validation, yeah. So if we have the secret, show the secret key, and then we're going to want to have a div here where we're going to enter the code. Enter, how does this usually said? Enter code from authenticator to validate it. And then we have an input here, right? And so that's really a form of some kind. And where can I steal a form from? Where's another place where I have a form? Profile, I guess. Right, so there's an onSubmit. So I don't know this stuff from heart because I'm relatively new to JavaScript and HTML and CSS. That's why I look at past work to kind of get a feel for what I need to do. So this is what is it? onSubmit OTP. And I haven't defined that yet, but so I'll have to do that. And then that takes the form of one of these. It takes an event. And that's important because we want to prevent the default action, which is to send a request back to the server, right? Instead, we do our Redux actions here. So it would, well, I guess I need another prop, right? So actually, I want the prop to be called onSubmit OTP. So let's rename this one to be submit OTP. And this one will be onSubmit OTP. And we need to make an action for that. Okay. It's going to have an OTP dispatch. Action submit OTP. OTP. So let's go add that action. QRS submit. Here we go. What am I doing on time? I got 15 minutes. OTP. All right. So I'll probably get this the authenticator validation done, but I won't yet have it enabled for login. I'll probably do that over the weekend or on Monday. I don't think it'll take much longer, so maybe I'll just finish it up over the weekend and then go back to real game dev next week. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm on the fence whether I should go back to game dev or do the OpenID Connect so people can log in with Google instead. Google, Facebook, Twitter, or whatever. I'll have to think about it. Anyway, we're going to do this one for now. Submit OTP is something that we want our authentication middleware to handle. Right. Submit OTP. So we need a dispatch and we need an action which has an OTP in it. Is that how you do it? I think that's how you do it, but I'm not sure. I think that's right. I just need to do the send to game thing. Because I'm basically turning it into a submit OTP message to the game where OTP is just given. Oh no, I have to parse it. That's right. So parse. Where did I do parsing of ints? Parse int. Any one of these places, right? I guess just type it. Parse int. And I can have the form validator make sure it's an int so it doesn't crash. So this will be OTP 10. Right? How do I do the validation? Validation? Valid, something like that. How is this done? Is this it? Set custom validity? Or can I just do a number? Type, like type equals number. I think I can just do type equals number, right? I don't think I've done it before, though. I'm guessing that that's what I can do. Someone let me know if I got it wrong, but I think when I put the input in the form, I just do type equals number. Okay, I didn't even put the input in there yet. Let's just pretend I did that, and here, that should all be all I need, right? So, oh, I need the return message. I need to handle that. Like if it's validated, then we clear our secret. And if it's not validated, then I would need to show some kind of error, right? Like a toast probably would be good. Okay. Which to do first? Let's do the form thing first. So where did I have my form? And then how did I do an input? Oh, okay. And that's not that hard. I need a label in front. No, I want to have the label. There's like, how did I do the label stuff? Yeah, exactly. This kind of thing. The pair. The label and the input with the label. So that is OTP. And this, that should actually go with it, shouldn't it? Yeah, that's the label. Or would I put it underneath that with a submit button to the right, and then I wouldn't need a label? I can put it all in one line. So then I don't need a div, actually. It's just a form. And it's, here I go, type equal, I think it's just number. And the value, we can use React state, right? So I can use a use state. So I can say OTP and, well, collision here. What am I going to call it? Let me rename this other one first. So we'll call this one OTP from server. This is very temporary. It's going to go soon. Const, right? OTP set OTP equals use state empty string, right? And then this, where is that used? Ah, down here. This is OTP from server. Make sure it's not used anywhere. Not used anywhere, okay. Now we will use it to put it here. OTP. And then this is set OTP. This change field is a little helper thing that I've been copy pasting around. So let's grab it again from here. This thingy. It just takes a setter and makes a function which takes an event, which calls the setter with the value from the DOM element. That's how that works. And then I want a button, right? Where is me button? It would be type equals submit, right? Button type equals, there we go. And right after there we go. So we say send, validate. All right, let's see if that worked. Make secret, enter code. So let's get a code. So 20039, validate. Oh, the type is wrong. Oh, wait a minute, no, I didn't do that right. It's actually not sending anything. So why would it not send anything? Because I never called this. That would be why. This should do that OTP. All right. Try again. Make a secret, and then a cheat and get the code and send it back. Validate. True! I cheated and asked the server what code I should put in. Alright, so it's validated. Now when I reload... Oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. Now when I reload and go there, it's enabled. Cool. So if I can disable or I can just get the code from it. So let me test, we'll disable it first. That's interesting. The disable didn't remove the button. Why would that be? Where's disable again? Oh, we never changed that. Oh, that should have come back to us, shouldn't it? Oh, we didn't get a oh, the server never tells us that it changed. If I reload, it would have done that. Okay, so that's one bug. I don't know if I have time to fix that right now. But the bug is that the server never came back and said your second factor auth type changed back to none. So let me write that down. That's something I can fix that over the weekend or something. Notes bug. After disabling authenticator, server does not tell the player that their auth second factor setting changed back to none. And actually, did it even say that it changed to TOTP? So if I do this and then get code and type that in, 82 validate. Oh right, it doesn't do the other way. When we validate, it should clear that. Okay, so it's neither way. So I can say it's two different bugs. After validating authenticator, server does not say it changed to TOTP. Okay, well I can fix that later, because right now you can just reload and see it. As there's now a disable, and then I reload, and then it should be back to give me a secret again. Okay, let's test the unsuccessful validation. So I'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which should not validate, right? So I get a bad OTP. Okay, so I am not displaying it, but it should print an error message somewhere saying the code is invalid. Where would be a good place to put it? Like to the right maybe, or below it? Do I have enough time to add that? I got 5 minutes. I can at least do that. Exactly how would I do this? I'd want to clear it every time you hit validate. Otherwise, show it if we've received it, right? So this is, we're talking about another piece of Redux state, right? So in the session, I guess, we could put it there. So we can call it an OTP result, right? Empty string, right? Why not? And then we'll invent another action. Reflect OTP result. Reflect OTP result. And then handle that in the reducer. Reflect OTP result. Yeah. One of these simple reducers. Like that. And then I just need to interpret the message coming back from the server, right? So that's in server messages. OTP result. Actually, let me think about this. It shouldn't be called an OTP result it should be called OTP error, shouldn't it? And then OTP error. And then, and here it's if there's an error in the message, then it's an error. How do we handle this error? It was like login status, right? That had a similar thing. Okay, I guess I interpreted it somewhere else. Maybe in authentication? Right. Because if it's, well, hold on a second. It doesn't need to be that complicated, right? Spell a message correctly, at least. We'll just say if message.error. Actually, it's a little bit more. I can do a little bit more than that, right? Where was it? Auth.cpp. It was, yeah, it's down here. Success. We can use the success field. If success, else, and this one I'll do later, to do, I guess we're, a clear the secret, or continue login, I guess. Actually, I guess the only thing we need to do is clear secret, because if we're using the OTP for login, we'll get a login status, which is already handled. So we'll do that later. Else, it's a failure, and so we will dispatch actions reflect OTP error. Just making sure that's what I called it. Reflect OTP error, yes. And it's the error is message.error. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple right now and not do the interpretation I did in the other place here where I interpreted it. I'll do that later. In fact, I'll leave it to do interpret error here. For now, I just want that, and then when we submit, we want to clear it. So in the settings panel, when we submit, we want to clear it. Oh, wait a minute. That is down here. We'll just say on, we'll do it here. So error is empty string. Hey there, Alpha Mustafa. How are you doing? Oh yeah, it's 2 o'clock. I gotta leave soon. I just got a text. Yeah, I'm trying to finish up some work today. Won't be able to finish this feature, but what I was working on was two-factor authentication, so that it's easiest to show here, I guess. So that if you want to enable two-factor authentication, you click that, you scan that into your authenticator, and then you enter the code. And right now, I can just cheat by doing that, and then hit validate, and the server should come back and tell you, since I closed it, we can't see, but it should tell you that it's validated, and we should remove that. That the next time you log in, it should ask you for the to enter a code from your authenticator, and if you manage to log in, you should be able to like disable it so that you're back to the initial state. But I haven't yet gotten the UI quirks worked out yet, and I'm not going to be able to finish it today, but I wanted to handle this error thing first. In fact, actually the error should be working now. So if I hit make secret and I type in a random code, oh, I'm not actually showing anything in the error, but it should be in the Redux state now, right? Yeah, it's in there. So I just need to show it. And if I submit a new one, it should clear it and then send it again. It clears it and sends it again. And then it comes back as another error. Okay, so I just need to show the error now. That would be OTP error, right? State session OTP error. And that goes here. And then I guess we're putting it in status, right? Or validation, actually, right under here. Yes, so if there's an error, and then I had a way to display errors. Where did I use that? I used that, I think, in one of my dialogues. Maybe this one. Does it have an error? Yes, it did. There we go. Dialogue error? Is that what I want? Why is it dialogue error? I think I just want class name error. Maybe not. Oh, I don't have a CSS class for it. But okay, what does dialogue error map to? Just red text align center. Okay, well, we can use that for now. So div, or would it be span? It was span. I'll have to fix this. OTP error. No. There we go. Let's see if that works. So make secret, enter some random numbers, bad OTP. Okay, well, the CSS isn't right, but if I get the code and type in the correct code, it goes away. Nice. What happens if I try to validate it again? Yeah, we get a message saying it's... Actually, I hadn't thought about that case. If it's already validated and we try to validate it again, what does it do? That's probably a bug. Let me fix that later. Bug. Probably not handling the case correctly if client validates authenticator when it's already validated. Yeah, I'll handle that later. And I already know about the visual stuff I need to clean up. So yeah, I have to end here and finish this later, either over the weekend or on Monday. But I hope you enjoyed watching me work on this, even though I know it's not the most interesting thing, but we're getting close to this working, and this will be a way to make our game accounts a little bit more secure. So I'm looking forward to that. What is the C++ doing here? The C++ is how I have implemented all the code in the server side of this game. So this is the client side. It's all in JavaScript. The server side of this would be back over here, where we this is the part of the code that says calculates what to send back to the client if the one-time password was correct or incorrect, right? So it's either a success or it's a failure, and then there's an error. And this other part of the server code here calculates the one-time password what it should be, and sees if it actually matches, it gets all the way down to here and validates it, and then returns no error. And if it gets down here, it's bad, right? Yeah, C++ backend. Just hide the input UI on validation complete. Yeah, I need to do that heap, but I don't have time to do that today. I'll get that done soon. So I'm gonna leave it here and come back to this later. You're in C? Interesting, but don't see much of that these days for the web. Yeah, so my stream is a mixture of web dev because the front end of my game is in the browser in JavaScript, and it does communicate with the server through the web. I like to use WebSockets over TLS, so that's WSS. All the information between the client and the server goes over back in both directions as JSON messages right now, but probably binary messages in the future. And I don't mind showing tokens because this is just my test environment. But anyway, the server end of this happens to be C++, but yeah, the web dev stuff is mostly the front end work, and then the communication between it is all on the web. Yeah, I'm using Redux both for the state on the front end and also the handling of side effects. So the biggest side effects, I think, are interpreting these messages and doing the correct thing in the user interface. So I have a whole set of middleware called server messages that does that right here. I also have middleware for the stage, which is the phaser stuff, which is all this user interface here. So clicking in here or just displaying things is handled in the stage middleware. And yeah, so a collection of both middleware and reducers in Redux. Currently working on a Discord bot. Nice. I have to make one of those. I made a Twitch bot, but I haven't made a Discord bot yet. But yeah, I am completely out of time. I'm going to have to go raid someone and jet. So my apologies. I can't play anymore or work on games anymore today. I'm going to pick someone and raid them. And I hope to be back. Should be back on Monday. It's Friday, right? TGIF? Who should we raid, though? Okay, I don't know who I want to raid. How about Jolt Jab? Yeah, I'm not someone with 0 viewers, but someone I know who has a low number of viewers. Raid myself, yeah. What do I use for the Twitch bot? I made my own API for it, and that's in my GitHub under Twitch. It looks like it's a C++ API, and it looks like this. So you where is it? Messaging. So you get back. What's fundamentally, it's like you can log in, you can log out, you can join and leave channels, you can send messages, send whispers, and there's a big callback interface when things happen in a channel, like the server's going down, doom. You logged in or logged out, you joined or you left, a message came in, a whisper came in, a noticed, a host, mod change, a sub, a raid. So that's all in my GitHub. I developed that on stream and I use that. My game has an integration between itself and Twitch, and it uses my own API, somewhat similar to the TMI.js library. But yeah, I'm gonna raid Jolt Jab because he took a break and now he's back and he has a low viewer count. So I'm gonna set that up. And looks like I'm watching an ad, but that means it just gives me more time to type in his name in the raid thing, right? I hope you enjoyed watching today. I'm going to go raid Jolt Jab right now and see you guys on Monday, okay? I hope you have an awesome weekend and hope to see you back on Monday. Have a good one. Bye.